down. And at 8 seconds, the first ignition starts. He calls it when he actually sees a fire, which is 6 seconds. And finally, the crew feels this vibration build up. And flying on a plane the other day, I found a vibration was very near it. If you've flown on a, let's say, a Boeing 727 or a DC-9, when they put the leading edge flaps down, and you get this vibration, that is nearly identical in somewhat in both vibration and the noise that you have when the booster's sitting there, when the turbines are up to speed and the thrust chambers are up to speed. So but then on liftoff, it's like you ride on a high-speed elevator in a big building. You know, it has a high speed to it. You can feel it lift off, but it's no big acceleration. It's just a nice, gentle, smooth pressure, and the vibration decreases slightly. But it's a lot like flying an airplane when they first put the flaps down.
A moment ago, you saw and heard Peter Hackus demonstrating a bit of the art and science of cryogenics. We keep entering new ages as science goes to work, but it can be said certainly that we are now entering another age, the age of cryogenics, in large measure a byproduct of the space program, the art and science of handling these very cold materials. For example, you housewives, in the very near future, if not already, will see cryogenically frozen foods in your supermarket and at your food store. The names and the processes will be unfamiliar, but you'll get acquainted with them very rapidly because it simply means progress, ease in handling, ease in storing, added efficiency, ultimately lower cost, more cleanliness and wholesomeness. So, as I say, you'll get acquainted with the art of cryogenics in a very real way in the very near future. Floyd Calbury is standing by at Cape Kennedy. Let's hear a report from him.
This is the Bennett Causeway running across the Banana River. Our camera is looking to the east, and here many thousands of the tourists and even the residents and Floridians are sitting, waiting very patiently for the launch of the Apollo 11. The causeway is a toll road, and they tell us that 14,000 cars normally pass through the toll gate here in a 24-hour period. 19,000 is the record, and they'll set a new record today. And here is what the people who are sitting here patiently are actually seeing. They're looking at the vertical assembly building at Cape Kennedy, which is a distance of approximately 10 miles. And to the right of the vertical assembly building, there is the launcher that contains the service tower that's been carried away, or rather has been hauled away from the Apollo 11 rocket and capsule, and then the scene, the long distance scene of the rocket. This is actually a very good spot for people to be watching the launch. Although it is at quite a distance of 10 miles, they will still be able to see it because the visibility is good this morning, and the rocket, when it is launched, will track toward them to the south, and it's just a question of how long they will be able to keep it in sight. Floyd Calbury reporting from the Emory Bennett Causeway. Is it blue all the way up? No.
Stand by.
The weather here, not on the moon here, is nearly perfect for a launch. The temperature is 85. It's a little steamy out there, but the skies are clear and the sun is bright, and so all those people standing around, and Floyd Calbury was telling us about, should be able to get a good view. The forecast was for some overcast today, but it's not here. If there were, the rocket would disappear a short time after it left the Earth. But as I say, it's clear now, and so it should be visible until it gets just too far away to see, 100 miles or so. And the last word we had from the control center was that the countdown was still proceeding. The 3 astronauts are in their spacecraft and say they're very comfortable. Here's an announcement from Jack King coming up now.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're now less than 16 minutes away from the planned liftoff of the Apollo 11 space vehicle. All still going well with the countdown at this time. The astronauts aboard the spacecraft have had a little chance to rest over the last few minutes or so. At least they haven't been busy with procedures with the time.
However, it appears to me that that last 15-second count comes very, very quickly, much sooner than I sort of expected it to come. All of a sudden, we were at 15 seconds and we were counting down, and at some 7 seconds, you start getting the ignition sequence. And at that time, It's really was really all up to Tom, and it's really all up to Neil in this case, because he's the man who has the capability to abort from that point on. If everything isn't set and ready to go from that time on, you're probably too late.
So the three astronauts are now going through the procedures just described for us in their tiny spacecraft on top of this enormous rocket. They have about 160 cubic feet in there, which is about the size of the interior of a small automobile. But it is so carefully designed, they have packed into that small space a cockpit, an office, a laboratory, a radio station, a television station, a kitchen, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a living room. It is now, what is it, a little over 9 minutes to launch. And we'll be back in a moment after this word from Gulf. Frank, we're about to see it begin. It's, what is that? 7 minutes, 7:55. Frank McGee, you there?
Yes. And it's getting mighty close. And though we take this in part rather matter-of-factly, I can remember, and I'm sure you can too, David, when we were kids, that one way of separating the nuts from the normal people was to ask a person, do you think a man will ever be on the moon? And if he said yes, you chalked him up as a nut.
Right.
And if he said no, you said, well, that fellow's all right.
Well, it's about to happen.
Well,
7
David,
minutes.
well, there it sits out there, the culmination of, well, 25, somewhere between 25 and $33 billion. The skills and dedication of about 300,000 technicians, 11 3/4 years of time, the solemn but certainly risk-filled pledge of a president, some heartbreaking failures, and some stirring successes. This is a day of little kin to that October 4th, 1947, when the shrill and persistent beeps of Sputnik, as it wheeled about the autumn skies, shoved us, unprepared and awkward, into the space age. And this day certainly bears little resemblance to those bleak days of 1958, when Vanguards and Discoverers and Junos and Atlases were blowing up on our launch pads.
Jack King is about ready with an announcement, Chet. We're going to switch to him now.
Apollo set on launch control. We passed the 6-minute mark in our countdown for Apollo 11. Now 5 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. We're on time at the present time for our planned liftoff of 32 minutes past the hour. Spacecraft test conductor Skip Chauvin now has completed the status check of his personnel in the control room. All report they are go for the mission, and this has been reported to the test supervisor, Bill Schick. The test supervisor now going through some status checks. Launch operations manager Paul Donnelly reports go for launch. Launch director Rocco Petrone now gives a go for 5 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. Coming up shortly, that swing arm up at the spacecraft level will come back to its fully retracted position. This should occur at the 5-minute mark in the count. In the meantime, the lunar module telemetry has been powered down. We took a good look at Eagle, and it looks good. The spacecraft test conductor for the lunar module reported that Eagle was go. The swing arm now coming back to its fully retracted position as our countdown continues. T-minus 4 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. Skip Chauvin informing the astronauts that the swing arm now coming back. The astronauts will have a few more reports coming up in the countdown. The last business report will be from Neil Armstrong at the 45-second mark in the count, when he gives a status on the final alignment of the stabilization and control system. We're now passing the 4-minute, 30-second mark in the countdown. Still go at this time. Minutes, 15 seconds. The test supervisor now has informed launch vehicle test conductor Norm Carlson you are go for launch. From this time down, Carlson handles the countdown as the launch vehicle begins to build up. We're now hitting the 4-minute mark. 4 minutes and counting. We are go for Apollo 11. We'll go on an automatic sequence starting at 3 minutes and 7 seconds. 3 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. And the final abort checks between several key members of the crew here in the control center and the astronauts. Launch operations manager Paul Donnelly wished the crew on the launch team's behalf good luck and Godspeed. 3 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. We'll still go at this time. We'll be coming up in the automatic sequence about 10 or 15 seconds from this time. All still go at this time. Neil Armstrong reported back when he received the good wishes. Thank you very much. We know it will be a good flight. Firing command coming in now. We are on the automatic sequence. We're approaching the 3-minute mark in the count. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. T-minus 3. We are go with all elements of the mission at this time. We're on an automatic sequence as the master computer supervises hundreds of events occurring over these last few minutes. T-minus 2 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. The members of the launch team here in the control center monitoring a number of what we call red line values. These are tolerances we don't want to go above and below in temperatures and pressures. They're standing by to call out any deviations from our plans. 2 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. We're still go on Apollo 11 at this time. The vehicle starting to pressurize as far as the propellant tanks are concerned, and all is still go as we monitor our status for it. 2 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. The target for the Apollo 11 astronauts, the moon at liftoff, will be at a distance of 218,096 miles away. We've just passed the 2-minute mark in the countdown. T-minus 1 minute, 54 seconds and counting. Our status board indicates that the oxidizer tanks in the second and third stages now have pressurized. We've continued to build up pressure in all 3 stages here at the last minute to prepare it for liftoff. T-minus 1 minute, 35 seconds on the Apollo mission, the flight to land of the first men on the moon. All indications coming in to the control center at this time indicate we are go. 1 minute, 25 seconds and counting. Our status board indicates the third stage completely pressurized. 80-second mark has now been passed. We'll go on full internal power at the 50-second mark in the countdown. Guidance system goes on internal at 17 seconds, leading up to the ignition sequence at 8.9 seconds. We're approaching the 60-second mark on the Apollo 11 mission. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We passed T-minus 60. 55 seconds and counting. Neil Armstrong just reported back it's been a real smooth countdown. We passed the 50-second mark. Power transfer is complete. We're on internal power with the launch vehicle at this time. 40 seconds away from the Apollo 11 liftoff. All the second stage tanks now pressurized. 35 seconds and counting. We are still go with Apollo 11. 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower cleared.
We got a roll program.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Plus 30 seconds.
Roll complete and a pitch is program.
Altitude's 2 miles.
Apollo 11 Houston, you're good at 1 minute.
Downrange 1 mile, altitude 4 miles now. Velocity 2,195 feet per second.
Good, 1 Charlie. 1 Charlie.
Cliff Charlesworth taking a staging status.
This is Houston, you are go for staging. Port cutoff.
Looking boarded.
The lunar lander without his spacesuit and made some checks, and later on was joined by Neil Armstrong, who was wearing his spacesuit. And during all of this time, there was amazingly good quality communication. The line seemed clearer than at any other period during the entire mission, or so it seemed to me. Unfortunately, in terms of making this material available to listeners, it was of a highly technical nature and would, to most people, be incomprehensible.
That lack of sleep by the crew last night, Ed, might have an effect on the actual start of the lunar walk, or the EVA, as it's called by the spacemen. As you remember, we were left with the impression that it would be Neil Armstrong's decision as to whether to make the lunar walk at the regularly scheduled time or to move it up and do without a rest period that is built into the schedule. And the fact that they did not get much sleep last night may have an effect on that decision.
Well, Scott, during the change of shift briefing this morning, Gene Lunny was asked whether or not he had any indication of what they were planning on doing, and he said he had none at all.
Well, they've insisted all along that they are planning, NASA, the ground control, is planning to make the lunar walk at the time scheduled, and any change in that would come from Neil Armstrong himself.
Right now, the spacecraft should be approaching the point where they perform the undocking maneuver. Now, in the last few minutes, the crew in Eagle, Armstrong and Aldrin, one of the things they've been doing is putting their helmets and their gloves back on. This is a precaution. They've been wearing their spacesuits, but at the point of undocking, if any leak is going to occur in the spacecraft, that would probably be the time it would occur, and the cabin would depressurize and immediately kill them if this should happen. So they put their suits on as a precaution. At 40 seconds before undocking, let's join Apollo control.
From reacquiring the spacecraft on the 13th revolution. When next we hear from them, the lunar module should be undocked from the command and service module. We're presently about 25 minutes away from the separation burn, which will be performed by Mike Collins in the command module, to give the LEM and the CSM a separation distance at the descent orbit insertion maneuver of about 2 miles. We have some times on the upcoming events. The separation maneuver is scheduled to occur at a ground elapsed time of 100 hours, 39 minutes, 50 seconds. The descent orbit insertion maneuver, which will be performed on the backside of the moon, set for 101 hours, 36 minutes, 14 seconds. And the beginning of the powered descent at 102 hours, 33 minutes, 4 seconds.
It's about 4:05.
We're now 55 seconds from reacquiring Apollo 11 on the 13th revolution. During this revolution, we will be doing the separation maneuver. We'll also be giving the crew on the lunar module a go, no-go for the descent orbit insertion maneuver. We'll stand by now to reacquire the spacecraft.
A little over 40 seconds before the maneuver should take place, if it goes at 47 minutes past the hour as scheduled, and a few minutes beyond that before we hear from them.
So this is what all of the preparation has been leading up to, the beginning of the most important, the most crucial part of this entire mission, the actual landing on the moon at something like 4:17 Eastern Daylight Time this afternoon.
One thing that will be happening at the time of that undocking, a 16-millimeter camera will be rolling inside the command ship to photograph that sequence, and immediately after the undocking, let's join it, Apollo.
Signal will stand by for a call to the crew.
They have signal, and they're standing by for the crew to check in.
But Armstrong will put the lunar spacecraft into a 360-degree roll. He will roll it completely around so that the command module pilot can give a visual inspection. Now, this will tell them if anything is obviously wrong with the outside of the craft, but of course monitoring the instruments on board is the only way to tell definitely about the entire heartbeat of the lunar spacecraft.
There's the first call from ground control.
Good.
What we're hearing now is just an open circuit. The call has gone up from the ground. No reply yet.
I believe there was just a partial word from one of the astronauts in there, Art, just a fragment of a word.
Yes, it sounded that way to me, too. This...
Houston, we see you on the steerable, over.
They're reading him on the...
Roger, Eagle, contact. Roger, how does it look? Neil, go ahead and sing. Roger. Roger, Neil, we got if you give us crew and data, we got the loads for you. Okay, you've got it, crew and data. Roger, let us know when you're ready to copy. We have a DOI pad and a PDI pad, over.
You mentioned a little while ago, Art, that when the two vehicles are separated, Mike Collins and the command ship will be able to visually inspect the lunar lander. And John Jorgensen commented a little earlier today, we were talking about the great care that has gone into this entire mission, into all of the Apollo program, and the absolute complete confidence the astronauts must have in the men who are doing the work on the ground and who are planning every detail of this rather incredible mission.
Well, the crew has actually lived with these spacecraft as they've been going through preparation, even while they were in the factory being manufactured. They know a great many of the technicians and mechanics and so on who build the spacecraft and actually physically put them together. And so they have the confidence in the team that's behind them.
We've not heard yet anybody say that they are undocked.
Yes, I heard Armstrong say that, Scott. He said, we are undocked.
Oh, I didn't hear that, all right. So we have made the undocking the next step in this mission. This is Apollo 11, man's first landing on the moon. And this is Scott Peters at the Manned Spacecraft Center.
Sutherland's department store in downtown Broadhead offers a remarkable opportunity to really enjoy a shopping trip. Here are a few things that will make your shopping trip a pleasure. You'll find friendly hometown service, combined with a great selection of suits, over 1,300 dresses, and 900 blouses in all styles and fabrics. You'll find this collection to be one of the finest in southern Wisconsin, and you'll recognize the labels of many of the most famous dressmakers. By the way, Sutherland's department store does carry hard-to-find half sizes. For those who prefer to sew, Sutherland's department store carries every pattern that simplicity prints and in every size. Pick your pattern, then choose from the yards and yards of piece goods on display. That's Sutherland's department store on Main Street, downtown Broadhead. Visit them soon. You'll enjoy the friendly, personalized service that makes shopping at Sutherland's a real pleasure.
At this time, the ground control is engaged in passing up some information to Eagle, the lunar lander. The two ships have undocked as they were supposed to behind the moon. Our first communications from the Eagle were a little late, a little later than we thought they might be, but everything seems to be in fine shape. Art?
The communication that's going up from the ground now, which you may be able to hear in the background,
Down 86.
is a series of numbers. These numbers are being fed in by a keyboard, much as you find on a 10-key adding machine. The numbers will be punched on this keyboard, feeding information into the guidance and navigation computer aboard the lunar module. These are values, the amount of thrust, the separation distance, which attitude the spacecraft is supposed to be in when its engines are fired. All of this is technical information for the guidance of the spacecraft as they begin the next maneuver, which is a separation from the command ship. a separation to a distance of about 2 miles.
We're about 17.5 minutes away from that maneuver, Art, according to the NASA clock here at the Manned Spacecraft Center, which ticks off the ignition time. 17 and, well, about 39 seconds, actually.
So this is the big moment, and the bigger moment is coming up just a little bit later. The separation or undocking has been performed successfully, and we're well on our way, Scott.
Yes, so far, this mission, everything has been going very nicely. We'll hope that it continues that way. The lunar module has successfully separated from the main Apollo spaceship. Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong have taken their first step toward their landing on the moon. The next major event, as we mentioned, the burn by the spaceship to separate, while all three astronauts check out all the systems involved. We'll be standing by at Cape Kennedy and the Manned Spacecraft Center to bring you the details on the flight of Apollo 11 as it continues. Meanwhile, this is Scott Peters at the Manned Spacecraft Center at Houston.
This is WCLO-FM, Janesville, Wisconsin.
And the distance. And it guides them to a touchdown point that they're looking for.
Well, now that the maneuver has been completed successfully and the tension undoubtedly relieved in Houston, the next big moment of suspense will be the descent. Scott?
Yes, the ignition is now 2 minutes and something past, and although this crew is not particularly talkative and they've not given us a great amount of detail on it, their response to a maneuver like this seems to be more along the lines of reading out the technical aspects to the ground control, as though, well, of course it went like it should. Whoever thought differently? And I guess that's one of those signs of confidence that we were talking about earlier, but it leaves you hanging just a little bit.
Separation maneuver was performed as scheduled, giving the command module a delta V of about 2.5 feet per second, which should give a separation to the two vehicles of about 1,100 feet at the beginning of the descent orbit insertion.
And there we hear Mission Control reporting, as they have so often during this mission, that the maneuver was successful. This has been a study in perfection. The entire Apollo 11 mission has gone like clockwork from the launch through all of the maneuvers right up to this. Now the next important phase, the descent to the moon. Scott Peters is at Houston. This is Ed Cairns with Art Thompson at Cape Kennedy.
You're listening to WCLO-FM, Janesville, Wisconsin.
Down to a landing. They can cut off that landing at almost any point, fire the ascent engine or a combination of the descent engine and ascent engine, or just the descent engine if they haven't committed too far, and get themselves back up so that they could be rescued in an emergency.
Yes, let me mention something here. I was talking to a number of the people out the day of the launch about just what would happen in this particular phase of the operation if, while they were descending to the lunar surface, and something came up and the decision was made no-go instead of go at one of the points Art mentioned, the lower portion or the descent stage of the lunar module would be dumped immediately, which is a pretty big chunk of the lunar module. They would automatically drop that off, and then they would fire their ascent engine to put them back into orbit around the moon.
Well, it would actually depend on where they were. If they had just started the descent, they would change direction, change the attitude and the direction that they were thrusting in the early part of it. And there is a cutoff point where they would separate and use the ascent engine. That's true.
Right. Another interesting thing to bring up at this time, because they're going to be using it again during the descent stage, the only rocket engine in space that's ever been used, to my understanding, is the only throttleable. I have to clarify that. Let's pick up mission control from Houston.
Minutes into the flight of Apollo 11. We're now 2 minutes 53 seconds from reacquiring the spacecraft, 21 minutes 23 seconds from the beginning of the powered descent to the lunar surface. It's grown quite quiet here in Mission Control. A few moments ago, Flight Director Gene Kranz requested that everyone sit down, get prepared for events that are coming, and he closed with the remark, "Good luck to all of you."
Well, it's a good thing that their figuring and their mathematics are a little bit better than ours, because there was an apparent error. We've been waiting for AOS, acquisition of signal. We've been waiting a little bit ahead of time. That should be coming up in about In a little bit more than 2 minutes, we should reacquire the command module as it comes around the back side of the moon. We've been planning on picking it up a little bit early. I guess it was an error in math. Along with Scott Peters at Houston, this is John Jorgensen and Art Thompson. This is Apollo 11, man's first landing on the moon. This is John Jorgensen at Cape Kennedy.
Why would anybody buy a new Pontiac Catalina from Jenny Pontiac at this time of year? When you find out about the deals he's giving on Pontiac Catalinas right now, you'll know. Catalina is no stripped-down model. It's a full-sized, fully equipped Pontiac with a standard 400 cubic inch, 290 horsepower V8, luxurious interior and wraparound front bumper with an Endura center insert. Endura is Pontiac's rubber-like material that resists scratches, dents, and dings. It protects the beauty of Catalina styling, and you choose from 5 Catalina models: convertible, 4-door hardtop coupe, 4-door sedan, and station wagon. It means once you decide on a Catalina, you still have decisions to make. But whichever model you choose, Jenny Pontiac is ready to put you behind the wheel for far less than you'd imagine. Visit Jenny Pontiac at 2826 Milton Avenue in Janesville soon. He'll show you why this is the best time yet to break away in a new Pontiac.
You're listening to WCLO-FM, Janesville, Wisconsin.
Kennedy, and watching and waiting across the country and around the world as one more phase is in the process of the complicated lunar landing mission of the Apollo 11. We're waiting for AOS, acquisition of signal. That should be coming up in 30 seconds. We're going to switch now to Scott Peters in Houston. Maybe he can introduce mission control. Scott?
We just got the less than 30-second mark, so we should be getting the mission control very shortly, and then, of course, the acquisition of signal from the spacecraft. This maneuver up till now, all the way from liftoff at Cape Kennedy, has been pretty much done before. The orbit that they're in now is similar to the orbit of the other moon missions. So,
Network controller says we have acquisition of signal from the command module.
So we're not really breaking into new ground as yet. We will be shortly, however. Let's listen for this acquisition of the astronaut voices.
The fact that we didn't get signal from the lunar module at the same time the signal was acquired.
Houston, we're standing by, over.
At the same time the signal came in from the command module indicates that the burn was done. And now we're waiting for verbal confirmation.
Columbia, Houston, over. Houston, Columbia, read you loud and clear on me. Bye, Mike. How did it go, over? Listen, baby, everything's going just swimmingly. Beautiful. Great. We're standing by for Eagle.
He says it's going swimmingly. It's beautiful. That sounds good.
Okay, come along.
That was, of course,
Copy,
the
out.
main capsule, and the lunar lander should not be far behind.
Columbia, Houston, we expect to lose your high gain sometime during the power descent, over.
The communication from the LEM lunar landing module should not be quite as good.
No, sir.
The best communication we'll get from deep space at this point will be from the command service module because of the high gain antenna.
Both of them have pretty good antennas, and the exchange we just heard was that we'll probably lose your high gain. He was telling Collins that, and he says, you don't much care, do you? And of course, the reply was no.
We have acquisition of signal from the LEM.
We're waiting now for voice contact.
Sounds a little like tuning in a radio, doesn't it, Art?
It does, exactly. These high frequencies that are used for this communication.
Eagle, how do you read? Bye-bye, Eagle. We're standing by for your bird report, over.
Crystal clear communications coming from Mike
the burn
Collins.
was on time. The residuals before knowing, minus 0.1, minus 0.4, minus 0.1. X and Z null to 0.
I think some of that noise we're getting is coming from the lunar module, Scott. Maybe they can copy the voice communication. I think a lot of the static is coming from the lunar module. The voice communications from the command module is pretty clear.
Well,
Scott?
that about wraps up this portion of it anyway.
Yes, it does. One more phase of the Apollo 11 lunar landing mission appears to be completed successful. The next one, the most critical, the big one to date, will be the lunar landing portion. That should come at 4:17 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time in less than a half hour. Along with Scott Peters at Mission Control in Houston and Art Thompson here at Cape Kennedy, this is Apollo 11, continuing live coverage of man's first landing on the moon.
We are just 15 minutes, 17 seconds away from touchdown on the lunar surface when the lunar module Eagle, with Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin aboard, will land on the surface of the moon.
3 minutes until that burn starts, Ed. 3 minutes right about now, 3-minute mark.
John Jorgensen is standing by here with me at Cape Kennedy and Scott Peters at Houston. John, why don't you explain exactly what's going on right about now?
Well, that descent engine will be fired, like Scott said, Ed, in about 3 minutes. And then what we will go into, the final stage, I think, is the most critical, the nominal descent trajectory from Highgate to touchdown on the lunar surface. It's actually 3 phases. There's a braking phase, a visibility phase, and then a final landing phase in which the lunar module with Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong tucked safely inside will upright itself and then eventually touch down on the moon. At 10,000 feet above the lunar surface in the final phase of the lunar landing, we will go into the braking phase, then we tilt a little bit more of an upright position, go into the visibility phase, and then finally the landing phase. Right now, I think we're pretty close to the time where that descent engine is fired. Scott, how about a clock on that?
I'm reading 2:04:3. Just 2 minutes now until the firing to make this last move. Let's listen to Mission Control and the astronauts. This full descent to the moon is one of the untried parts of this mission. This has never been done before, and this is what we're waiting for. About 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Houston, if you'd like to try high gain pitch 212, yaw 37, over.
They're working on communications, getting the right antennas lined up to receive the voices of the astronauts.
Roger, I think I've got you on high gain now. Roger.
That's Eagle he's talking to, the lunar lander. 1 minute 10.
Coming up on 1 minute to ignition.
And that...
Take in the angles, though. I'd like to put them in to use them before we are around. Roger, pitch 212, yaw plus 37. Copy. Arm defense.
We're sitting here and counting down the time before the descent stage, or the descent engine in the lunar module will be fired. Scott, what's that time?
30 seconds. It's under that now. 25.
Current altitude about 46,000 feet, continuing to descend.
15 seconds mark. 10. 5.
Lights on.
0.
1, 0. Ignition 10%.
And we're assuming now that that descent engine has been firing. We should get some sort of confirmation from Mission Control.
We are now about 11 minutes, 37 seconds away from the actual landing on the surface of the moon.
That engine's being fired, Ed, and I mentioned a little bit earlier about the engine. It is a throttle I'm not going to try and say it again. The engine can be controlled.
Would you like to try trajectory?
The engine's being fired. Buzz Aldrin is at the controls, a lunar module pilot. He does have control of that engine. We'll be going into the braking phase of the landing portion.
I'll leave it in flu. Relay to it. See if they got me now. I got good signal strength in flu. Eagle, we got you now. It's looking good, over. Eagle, that looks good. Eagle, Houston, everything's looking good here, over. Roger, copy.
Apparently all going well.
Eagle, Houston, after yaw around angles, S-band pitch, -9, yaw, +18.
A minute 38 into the burn. Since the burn.
Copy. Action things agree very closely. Roger.
Of course, Scott, now we are dealing with an unknown factor. As worked out as everything is, it's still being done for the very first time. And I can imagine the kind of tension that must exist in, with everyone involved in the entire program. But tension that is perhaps alleviated by the fact that everyone is so completely busy at this moment.
2 minutes, 20 seconds, everything looking good. We show altitude about 47,000 feet. Yeah. Bill?
A little breakup on the communications there, but everything's still reported going well.
Houston, I'm getting a little fluctuation in the AC voltage now. Roger. Just the meter maybe, huh? Stand by. Looking good. You're still looking good. It's coming up 3 minutes. Deep. Looks real good. Hold it. Hold on. Our position check down range shows us to be a little off. Roger, copy.
A little long, he said.
Lunar module flying toward a landing and landing site 2 in the Sea of Tranquility. Should be just a matter of minutes. Just a matter of minutes before that lunar module touches down at landing site 2.
I think it's going to drop.
Actually, we're about 8 minutes away from touchdown on the surface of the moon, scheduled for 4:17. And that will realize a dream that man has had for hundreds of years, and a goal that was set by the late President John Kennedy.
Roger, you're a go to continue power descent. You're a go to continue power descent.
One of the go, no-go decisions has been made for a go for a landing.
40,000. And Eagle, Houston, we got data dropouts. You're still looking good.
Seven minutes and 20 seconds until touchdown.
Altitude above the lunar surface about 35,000 feet. 35,000 feet, the distance an airliner travels across the United States at. This is the closest man has ever been to the moon's surface.
Altitude lights out.
It is amazing how it takes place. When we flew down here, we flew at approximately the same altitude they're at right now, over the moon.
Right out our front window. Houston, you're looking at our Delta H. That's affirmative.
Approximately 50 miles from their landing site. Landing site 2 in the Sea of Tranquility.
1202. Good radar data. Altitude now 33,500 feet. Give us a reading on the 1202 program alarm. Roger, we got you. We're going at alarm. Roger, 230. 6 plus 25, throttle down. 6 plus 25, throttle down. Roger, copy. 6 plus 25. We're still go, altitude 27,000 feet. Same alarm, and it appears to come up when we have a 1668 up. Roger, copy. Eagle Houston, we'll monitor your Delta 8. Beautiful. Delta 8 is looking good now. Roger, Delta 8 is looking good to us. Wow. Throttle on time. Roger, copy, throttle down. Set them in the simulator. Roger. Lights and things look real close. Altitude now 21,000 feet, still looking very good. Velocity down now to 1,200 feet per second. You're looking great to us, Eagle. Okay, I'm still on flu, so we may tend to lose as we gradually pitch over. Let me try auto again now, see what happens. Roger. Okay, looks like it's holding. Roger, we got good data.
We're only about 13 miles from that landing in landing site 2.
30 seconds into the burn.
A little over 4 minutes to go before the lunar module touches down on the moon's surface.
Eagle Houston, it's descent to fuel to monitor, over. 72. Altitude 13,005. Velocity 9,100 feet per second. Made it, switch over time, please, Houston. Roger, stand by. You're looking great at 8 minutes.
Should be going into the braking phase in just a moment at 10,000 feet.
Velocity now reading 760 feet per second. It's the P-64. Good. Roger. Fido says we're go, altitude 9,200 feet. 830, you're looking great.
Right now, actually, the lunar module is being uprighted a little bit. They're about 9,000 feet above the lunar surface.
We copy.
And just slightly more than 3 minutes until touchdown.
Eagle, you're looking great. Coming up 9 minutes. We're now in the approach phase. Everything looking good. Altitude 5,200 feet. Manual attitude control is good. Roger, copy. Altitude 4,200. Houston, you're a go for landing, over. Roger, understand. Go for landing. 3,000 feet. Time alarm. 1201. 1201. Roger, 1201 alarm. We're go. Same type. We're go. 2,000 feet. 2,000 feet. Into the ag. 47 degrees. Roger. 37 degrees. Eagle looking great. Your go. Altitude 1,600. 1,400 feet. Still looking very good. Roger, 1202. We copy it. 35 degrees. 35 degrees. 750. Coming down to 23. 700 feet, 21 down. 33 degrees. 100 feet down at 19. 540 feet down at 30. Down at 15. Okay, 400 feet down at 9. Stay forward. 150 feet down at 4. 30, stand down. They're baked on horizontal velocity. 300 feet down, 3.5. 47 forward. Put up. On 1 1/8. 1 2.5 down. 70. At the shadow out there. 50 down at 2.5. 19 forward. Altitude, velocity light. 8.5 down. 220 feet. 13 forward. 11 forward, comes down nicely, 200 feet. 4.5 down. 5.5 down. 160 feet, 6.5 down. 5.5 down. 9 forward. Good. 120 feet. 100 feet, 3.5 down. 9 forward. 5%. On any bite? Okay, 75 feet. Guys looking good. Down a half. 6 forward. 60 seconds. Lights on. 6. Down 2.5. Forward. Forward. Good. 40 feet. Down 2.5. Picking up some dust. 30 feet, 2.5 down. Straight shadow. 4 forward. 4 forward, drift into the right a little. 30, down a half. 30 seconds. Forward, just. Good. Okay. Contact light. Okay, engine stop. ATA at a descent. Node control both auto, descent engine command override off. Engine arm off. 413 is in. We copy you down, Eagle. Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot. Thank you. You're looking good here. Okay, we're going to be busy for a minute. After I'm on, take care of the descent. I'll get this stuff prepared. Very smooth touchdown. That's good.
Well, there it is. It's almost too much to accept. They have landed on the surface of the moon.
Like we're bending the axis now.
Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin in the lunar module Eagle.
Roger. And we're Sam T1. Roger, and we see you vinning the ox. Roger.
I don't know about you, John, but I'm perspiring.
I think I am, too. I keep thinking all through this that the only people that are not really perspiring probably are the astronauts themselves. I'm sure they're nervous, but they just know what they're doing. This thing has been just too precise, and they are on the moon. Eagle, the lunar module, is on the lunar surface. Americans, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, are sitting in a spaceship that's sitting on the moon.
I think when they gave confirmation of having landed, there was emotion in the voice. You know, just a kind of feeling of overwhelming.
You copy now 60, now 43. Over.
Roger, we have it. Roger, we ring you 5 by Columbia. He has landed Tranquility Base. Eagle is at Tranquility, over.
Yeah, I heard the whole thing.
Well, good show.
Landing Site 2 in the Sea of Tranquility on the moon. On the front side of the moon, Eagle, the lunar module, is on the lunar surface. I think we're getting better voice communications, Ed, from the lunar module. I don't know if that's got anything to do with signals bouncing off the moon or what, or the fact that the high-gain antenna is not aligned on Columbia, the command module, but the voice communications are better from the lunar module.
21 minutes, 26 seconds after initiation of powered descent.
West up telemetry command reset to reacquire on the high gain. Copy out.
Request for Mission Control in Houston to reacquire on the high gain. What's the situation in Houston, Scott?
Well, I'm beginning to breathe again, for one thing. The Mission Control console control room has relaxed visibly. You sort of expected people to just flop down in their chairs, and let's listen.
2 hours, 45 minutes, 42 seconds, and we will update that.
It's an unofficial time on the actual touchdown. They are on the moon. One of man's oldest, most cherished dreams has been realized. This is Apollo 11, man's first landing on the moon. This is Scott Peters at the Manned Spacecraft Center. The module could still lift off the lunar surface and catch up with the command module in a relatively easy, short time, and go through with the rendezvous and docking procedure if necessary. After that, something less than 3 minutes now, after that point has been reached, then they have to stay, or it would be best at least. They could still take off any time, but it's best for them to stay for one complete revolution of the command service module up. Let's listen.
If it is, we'll pick up Mission Control in a moment. If it is a stay decision, they should be on the lunar surface for a little over 21 hours. Let's listen to Mission Control.
Houston, you're a stay for T2, over. Correction, you're just stay for T2. We thank you. Roger, sir.
That would be some indication of the excitement in Manned Spacecraft Center, a little slip of the tongue there.
That stay for another 2 minutes plus. The next stay, no stay, will be for one revolution.
It will happen later on this afternoon. Well, we are 2 minutes and 20 seconds away now from ignition, from the time when that engine has to burn, and it will burn. And they go on up to join Mike Collins in Columbia. Let's stay very close now to Houston so that we can hear any air-to-ground communications.
And once
One should say moon-to-ground communications.
Mark 2 minus 2 minutes.
Very White and Mission Control.
Guidance steering in the ag.
This engine burned 7 minutes and 18 seconds, Frank, to get them into that 9.9-mile orbit, and it has to work. Minute and 22 seconds. And that 7-minute engine burn carries them 262 nautical miles west.
40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust. 30 feet, 2.5 down. Big shadow. 4 forward. 4 forward, drifting to the right a little. 2.5. 30 seconds forward, just. Okay. Contact light. Okay, engine stop. APA at a descent. Node control both auto, descent engine command override off. Engine arm off. 413 is in. We copy you down, Eagle. Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, 20.
That was confirmation of landing in the Sea of Tranquility, landing Site 2 on the front side of the moon. That came from the lunar module. It was communication between Mission Control and Houston. We're standing by for a go, no-go decision on one revolution of the moon. If they do give it a go-ahead, that means the lunar module will have to stay on the lunar surface, or should stay on the lunar surface, for one revolution. Ed?
Scott, how far away from the go, no-go decision are we?
Well, I've lost track of the time here. It should be something in the order of 1 minute, and it's not a go, no-go. It's a stay or no stay. To put it in correct terminology, they will either stay or not stay, depending on how the systems look. And the latest word we had from Mission Control was that the systems all look good on the spacecraft. Let's listen. I thought they were coming up with something.
No, if everything continues, Scott, the way it has, and we do get the stay decision.
That seemed like a very long final phase. The auto-targeting was taking us right into a football field-sized crater with a large number of big boulders and rocks for about 1 or 2 crater diameters around it. And it required us gun and P-66 and flying manually over the rock field to find a reasonably good area.
Roger, we copy. It was beautiful from here. Tranquility, over.
That's a solid endorsement of the systems involved in this lunar landing craft, because the automatic systems were bringing them down to where a rough field of view or rough field of landing would have been their landing point. They took over controls of the lunar module itself, moved it over, and sat it down on something smooth. Let's listen.
But every variety of rock you could find. The color is, well, it varies pretty much depending on how you're looking relative to the zero phase point. There doesn't appear to be too much of a general color at all. However, it looks as though some of the rocks and boulders, of which there are quite a few in the near area, looks as though they're going to have some interesting colors to them, over.
Roger, copy. Sounds good to us, Tranquility. We'll let you press on through the simulated countdown, and we'll talk to you later, over.
Roger. Okay, this 16G is just like the airplane.
Right, Tranquility. Be advised, there are lots of smiling faces in this room and all over the world, over.
So voice of Mission Control talking with Lunar Module pilot Buzz Aldrin.
Beautiful job, you guys. And don't forget one in the command module. Right.
Got our orbiting base ready for us up there now.
They're talking. Will do.
That request from Neil Armstrong.
That orbiting base is their home.
That's
the
right.
one they better get back to about a day from now if they're going to make it back to Earth.
Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Gene Kranz is going around the...
AOS 10327, AOS 10413, over. Thank you.
That was the new AOS acquisition and loss of signal that was being read to Mike Collins in the command module. One last engine remaining to be tried. 96 engines aboard that Saturn V, the command module, the lunar module, and one big one remaining untried, the ascent engine for liftoff tomorrow afternoon to rejoin Columbia, the mothership, and Mike Collins orbiting the moon 60 miles overhead, Tranquility Base. A new word, a new place in the solar system.
It's interesting that Buzz Aldrin talked about some of those rocks. He said might have some interesting colors.
We've just gotten a report from the telecom here in Mission Control that LEM systems look good after that landing. We're about 26 minutes now from loss of signal from the command module.
And that means they'll be given a go to stay through at least one more rev of the revolution of the command module overhead.
Tranquility Base, Houston, all your consumables are solid. You're looking good in every respect. We copy the dips, venting. Everything is copacetic, over.
Thank you, Houston.
That's an unspace-like word, copacetic.
A few sneak in here and there. We want to see what that football-sized field looks like when they turn on the live TV camera early this morning and hope it works during the lunar moonwalk.
Yeah. He says the auto system was taking them right into that field, too.
Right,
full
with a lot of rocks and boulders. And the other fascinating thing was Armstrong reported some dust being kicked up by their engine as they came down, yet there wasn't enough dust to block their window view of what's outside in front of them now.
Well, that's because he had it at exactly the right attitude there in order to keep the dust from obscuring them. Yes, it would take a long time for that to settle, wouldn't it?
Right. I think now of all the hundreds of thousands of words that have been written about the moon being green cheese and dust filled and like quicksand.
Houston, the guys that said that we wouldn't be able to tell precisely where we are the winners today. We were a little busy worrying about program alarms and things like that in the part of the descent where we would normally be picking out our landing spot. And aside from a good look at several of the craters we came over in the final descent, I haven't been able to pick out the things on the horizon as a reference as yet. Roger, Tranquility, no sweat. We'll figure it out, over.
It's one thing Armstrong doesn't have to worry about. The Manned Spaceflight Network's radar can figure out where he is, and so can Collins. And on the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, with a full-size model of the lunar module outside, a large crowd gathered around the legs, the landing gear of the LEM, which did their job flawlessly, to a gentle landing, as Armstrong put it.
You might be interested to know that I don't think we noticed any difficulty at all in adapting to 16G. It seems immediately natural to move in this environment. Roger, Tranquility, we copy, over.
Neil Armstrong reporting there. No difficulty adapting to the 1/6 gravity of the moon.
Window is a relatively level plain cratered with a fairly large number of craters of the 5 to 50 foot variety, and some ridges, small, 20, 30 feet high, I would guess, and literally thousands of little 1 and 2 foot craters around the area. We see some angular blocks out several hundred feet in front of us that are probably 2 feet in size and have angular edges. There is a hill in view just about on the ground track ahead of us. Difficult to estimate, but might be a half a mile or a mile. Roger, Tranquility, we copy, over.
Sounds like it looks a lot better than it did yesterday at that very low sun angle. It looked rough as a cob then.
Well, it really was rough, Mike, over the targeted landing area. It was extremely rough, cratered, and large numbers of rocks that were probably many larger than 5 or 10 feet in size.
When in doubt, land long.
So we did.
Well,
when in doubt, land long.
That's an old pilot slogan. Don't take a chance on undershooting the runway.
Yes.
Carry it a little long.
Tranquility, Houston, after you get through this T-57, we'd like an e-memory dump, over.
Roger, after this first T-57, you want an e-memory dump?
That's affirmative.
And what they're doing now is aligning.
Columbia, Houston, we have a P-22 update for you if you're ready to copy, over.
At your service, sir.
Roger, Mike. T1, 104, 32, 18. T2, 104, 37, 28.
and that is 4 miles south. This is based on a targeted landing site, over.
Okay, roger, understand. Based on a targeted landing site, T1 104 at 3218, T2 104 at 3728, and 4 miles south.
Roger.
Do you have any idea whether they landed left or right of center line? Just a little bit long. Is that all we know?
Apparently that's about all we can tell, over.
Okay, thank you.
But Mission Control will soon know what Armstrong and Aldrin are doing now in this P-57 maneuver is aligning their inertial measurement unit, which, among other things, aligns their platform, but also helps establish their latitude, their longitude, and their altitude on the moon's surface. And it's part of the getting ready for blast-off if they have to. They should already have doffed their helmets, by the way, their pressure suit helmets and gloves, and lined up their abort guidance system for an emergency takeoff if they have to, loaded the right computer programs into it. And they're, even at this point, about 15 or 20 minutes ahead of their post-landing checklist.
Tranquility, Houston.
And Houston, our mission timer is now reached 9:02, 34, 47, and static.
Roger, copy. Your mission timer is now static. Say again the time.
9:02, 34, 47.
Roger, copy, Tranquility. That gravity align looked good to us. We see you recycling.
Well, no, I was trying to get time, 1665 out, and somehow it proceeded on to the 622 before I could do a burp 32 enter. I want to log a time here, and then I'd like to know whether you want me to proceed on the torquing angles or to go back and re-enter again before torquing, over.
Roger, Buzz, stand by.
The official time of the landing, unofficial time, I should say, is given out by Mission Control, 4:17:42. Eastern Daylight Time.
Right, or 102 hours, 45 minutes, and 42 seconds, Frank. Which, interestingly enough, is a few minutes earlier than originally flight planned, but within 39 seconds of the time calibrated last night by Mission Control.
Oh, boy. Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed.
And as they go right through the simulated countdown, by the way, for about the next 45 minutes.
Tranquility, Houston, we'd like you to recall P-57 and run through the gravity align one more time, over.
Roger, I concur with that.
And Roger, Tranquility, for the mission timer, 2 suggestions. Check the circuit breaker, pin 11. Also, reset and attempt to start. That 9 in the first digit might have something to do with it, over.
Okay, we've tried both of those. The circuit breaker is in, and when I reset put it in reset, I get 902-0440. When I release it, now I get 902-0449. I'm going to cycle the circuit breaker.
Roger.
We're reluctant to break into this conversation, even though it may
I
be
cycled the circuit breaker and got all 9.
incomprehensible to most of us. Nevertheless, these men are talking from the moon.
And it will not now reset from all 9.
Roger.
Jim Kincaid is in Houston.
Tranquility,
Mission
Houston.
Control.
We'll research this problem and be back with you momentarily on the mission event time, correction, the mission timer.
Jim, it's certainly accurate, isn't it? Somebody said there are a lot of smiling faces out in this room.
that
I
they were.
should say so, Frank. As a matter of fact, we're seeing what amounts to a small, very quiet celebration. Those people who are on hand here at
Television 13, Rockford.
NASA base here are quite happy indeed. It might be well to point out that we've gotten a look, perhaps a better look than most, at just how difficult that job must have been of setting the limb down on the moon. We have a mock-up, which is life-size, of the limb on the campus here, and people walk around it and quite often talk about how big it is. Those of us who've flown private planes will appreciate the difficulty of landing such a monster. I think perhaps saying beforehand that there would be no celebration until these fellows got back from the moon was not accurate.
The local surface is very comparable to that we observed from orbit at this sun angle, about 10 degrees sun angle or that nature. It's
yes,
pretty much without color. It's gray, and it's very white, chalky gray as you look into the zero phase line, and it's considerably darker gray, more like a ashen gray as you look out 90 degrees to the sun. Some of the surface rocks enclosed here that have been fractured or disturbed by the rocket engine plume are coated with this light gray on the outside, but where they've been broken, they display a very dark gray interior, and it looks like it could be country basalt.
Roger. Tranquility, we see the now 93. Curve 34. Roger, I assume you want it. Roger.
Neil has taken some time to look out the window. We are coming up to the end of the first half hour of Man on the Moon.
Tranquility, Houston, please vent fuel and ox again over. It's building back up.
Okay, ox going now.
Tranquility, Houston, you can open both fuel and ox vent now, over.
Okay.
Houston, Tranquility, standing by for go on Ags to Pings Align and a Lunar Align, over. Stand by.
And what mission control means by opening...
Tranquility, Houston, you are go for the Ags to Pings Align and then the Lunar Align, over.
They're dumping remnants of the fuel and oxidizer out of the descent propulsion system engine to safe it, if you will, to be sure it can't go off accidentally or cause any trouble. That engine has done its job. It's now no longer an engine or even a descent stage. It's a launching pad to get them off the moon some...
Tranquility, Houston, please vent the fuel. It's increasing rapidly, over.
To get them off the moon some 21 hours from now, if all goes as planned.
What's happening with this increasing rapidly?
It seems, I would guess, the fuel pressure is building up.
We show 30 psi in the fuel and 30 in the oxidizer.
Roger, we're reading somewhat different than that. Stand by.
It seemed to be building up pressure due to the sun's heating on the descent stage behind them.
The fuel temperature is reading 64, and in the descent and the oxidizer, at descent 2, and the oxidizer is off scale low. Descent 1 is showing 61 in the fuel and 65 in the oxidizer.
Roger, stand by. Tranquility, Houston, please take the fuel vent switch and hold it open, over. Okay. We're holding it open, indicating about 24 psi on board. Roger.
Nobody seems disturbed by this.
I don't think it's up anywhere near dangerous limits yet, Frank.
Now indicating 20 psi on the fuel side.
Roger.
And 2 in the aux.
Roger.
At the time of the landing, the moon was about 238,548 miles from Earth. $24 billion ticket has just been cashed in.
Right. And that fuel pressure and oxidizer pressure seems to be dropping, relieving some of the concern in mission control. There is now Earth oxygen in one form or the other on the moon's surface, as well as, most important, 2 Americans.
2 Earthmen. Well, they ought to be getting pretty hungry, I should think, if they ever get a chance to
now
rest a
indicating
bit.
15 psi in both tanks.
Roger.
Dropping nicely, we think. Be a while before they can get the time to eat yet. Not until around 6:30 New York time after they finished the simulated countdown, in case they have to get off the moon's surface, until Armstrong takes some pictures of the moon's surface from his left cockpit window.
They're supposed to have bacon squares, peaches, sugar cookie cubes, pineapple
Tranquility,
grapefruit drink.
Houston, if you haven't done so, you can release the fuel vent switch now, over. Roger.
And coffee. I think they deserve something better.
And standing by in our own ABC lunar module mock-up, which unfortunately, for his sake, is not on the moon's surface, is Grumman consulting pilot Dick Sprague. Dick, what are they doing there on their checklist right now?
Well, as you just said, Jules, they're going through the simulated launch checklist. They haven't completed that. They won't know until they've run all the way through it if all systems are go. If everything is copacetic at that time, they will terminate the countdown and proceed to stay.
It seems to have happened unbelievably well and easily, Dick.
Yes, I can't hardly believe it myself yet.
Come on, Dick. You were so confident before. You were saying all the time you knew it was going to happen. Now you're telling us you can't believe it?
I saw him standing there, lying there, a ringing wreck in that last 12 minutes. Dick, what about this fuel pressure? It seems to have dropped now. Is that dangerous if they can't get it down?
No, not as long as it stays at that level. You know, the tanks are pressurized with helium, Jules, to give the positive flow to the propellants. And after landing, they fire an electric
Tranquility,
detonator.
Houston, we have indication that we've frozen up the descent fuel helium heat exchanger, and with some fuel trapped in the line between air and the valves, and the pressure we're looking at is increasing there, over.
Roger, understand.
But, so they have got an indication there from the vehicle that there's some fuel frozen in that line, Dick, but you say that's no problem as long as the overall pressure is low.
That's right. They've got some trapped helium pressure apparently in the lines now, but that shouldn't be that much of a problem.
One of the amazing things to me is that we have so many transducers, little devices to send back exactly what's happening, that the ground knows all this.
That's right. Every gauge, every switch in the cockpit has its output signal through telemetry to ground.
I was astounded to hear Charlie Duke, the Capcom, tell Armstrong, our instruments show that you're at about a 4.5 degree, was it, or 5 degree pitch up on your landing gear, and Armstrong confirmed.
That's right. I believe he said 4½ degrees, which could be a result of surface slope or uneven collapsing of the
Tranquility
struts.
Base, Houston, if you have not done so, please close both fuel and aux vents now. Over.
Dick, what do you think about coming in for that landing over a football field full of craters? And a football field-sized crater full of rocks.
Well, there's only one thing to say, and Neil did an outstanding job. As you say, he took over in program 66 and delayed his descent rate until he got beyond that field of rocks.
Stars out the window, but out my overhead hatch, I'm looking at the Earth. It's big and bright, beautiful. I was going to give a try at seeing some stars through the optics.
And,
Roger, Tranquility. We understand. Must be a beautiful sight. Over.
The Earth, as you recall from our tracking charts, Dick, is visible directly ahead of them on their touchdown path, but up about 40 degrees.
That's right. Neil said after touchdown he could see the Earth big and bright, and now he says he's looking at it through the docking window above.
Right. How long does this checklist, this simulated liftoff checklist, take them to accomplish, Dick?
In actual time, I'd say that it was about a half hour. Then they'll begin to shut down the systems, prepare for a stay.
Right. And it couldn't be going better.
Okay, let's, thank you, Dick. Let's go to Wapakoneta, Ohio. Pretty good place to be. Here's Neil Armstrong's father and mother. And we can see they're just now getting the microphones placed around them.
We're on the air right now, so... 1 minute.
Well, apparently they're not quite ready to begin the broadcast, but let's just stay right there anyway and have a look at Neil Armstrong's mother and father. They came out earlier today and talked in the same confident tones that they had attended
4:17 this afternoon was an especially joyous and a very thankful moment in the day at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Armstrong, the parents of astronaut Neil Armstrong. Mrs. Armstrong, what were your feelings at the moment that Apollo 11 was coming toward the moon?
When it was coming toward the moon, well, I was just hoping and praying everything would go well. That was my feelings.
And at touchdown?
And at touchdown, I must say, praise God, from whom all blessings flow.
Mr. Armstrong.
Very, very thankful that there was a successful landing.
Were there any moments of concern watching it on television in your home?
No, it was all going so well. We were very comforted.
Yes, we were faithful in the successful landing.
What about the Russian Lunar 15, which is in orbit close to the moon? What were your feelings about that when you heard about it?
Well, I hope they're successful with whatever they're trying to do. I hope they're successful.
I don't know what business they had there, but if they did, why, that's something else. I thought that we had prime space there, but seems like we didn't.
Mrs. Armstrong, what impact do you think this achievement is going to have on life as we know it?
I have a feeling now that maybe we won't realize it for a long time, but there certainly will be a great impact, and I hope it will all be for the good of all mankind.
What are your feelings?
Well, I'm sure that something will good come out of it, and I hope a whole pile of good things will come out of it, because this is what this whole universe needs.
We were talking before, and you mentioned that an event like this could help bring the country together.
We hope so.
We sure do.
Yes, we hope so.
There are a lot of your neighbors here today, and they've been in your garage watching it, listening to it. Have you been comforted by their presence?
We certainly have, and we thank each and every one.
We feel quite comfortable with the people around because they've treated us just tremendously, and when you're in this type of position, why, everything that they do nice to you, we sure do appreciate.
Well, now we've passed one critical point, landing on the moon. What about the moonwalk itself? What are your feelings?
Well, we just hope and pray it will all go well.
Have to ask everybody to keep praying so we can get back off that moon and back safe to the Earth.
That's right.
Thank you very much for coming out.
You're welcome.
This is Mark Landsman at the Armstrong home in Wapakoneta, Ohio.
Well, that was Mrs. Armstrong and Mr. Armstrong, the parents of the man who had piloted Eagle down there. And if there's been some comment from time to time about how professional, how laconic Neil Armstrong himself is in relating his mission activities and so forth and in communicating with the Earth, you can see that his mother has been emotionally affected by this great event, as indeed everybody has. Who can say, I can understand the reporter asking her the question, what is this going to mean for all mankind? What is it going to mean for the country? What it means to her is that her son is safe, and her son has performed as she apparently was so confident that he would perform. I think I agree with Mrs. Armstrong, Jules. It's too early to say what impact it will have. Certainly it ought to bring the country together if we think of the country as something in which we can have great pride. And we ought to think of it that way.
Kind of,
and what we've had here today, excuse me, Jules, what we've had is surely a triumph of technology, but boy, oh boy, more than anything else, it's a triumph of man. They did it right, all of them.
Been on the moon 42 minutes and 52 seconds as of now. I couldn't help thinking, looking at Neil's mother there, it was plain as apple pie, that there's kind of a lesson there for the cynics who don't believe in what can be done by people who believe, who care. One very interesting piece of data that just came through from Apollo Control, as cool as Neil Armstrong sounded, as quiet as he sounded during that whole historic power descent maneuver and the landing, his heart rate when he began the power descent burn initiate was 110 beats per minute. At touchdown, it was 156 beats per minute, more than twice what it normally is, and now it's back in the 90s. Buzz Aldrin wasn't wearing a little biomed sensor which attaches inside the suit to the chest the way Neil was, but no wonder it was exciting.
They're not robots. They're not robots. Of course they reacted. They're men. Good men. We will have more on the flight of Apollo 11 after this 1-minute pause.
Television 13, Rockford.
Well, here we are back at ABC Space Headquarters in New York. I'm Frank Reynolds, and with me is our science editor, Jules Bergman. Man has been on the moon for 46 minutes and 21 seconds as I speak these words. And all has gone very well. Those are words that we seem to be repeating over and over, and that's encouraging. And I must say they're very pleasant words to keep speaking. They've had an opportunity now to look about, and I suppose the scientists are extremely interested in some of the comments that Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin have made about the rocks and the various other things that they see there on the moon. They don't give us any reason to believe that they're very pretty, but I suppose to a scientist or a geologist especially waiting to get a look at them, Jules, they're probably the most beautiful things ever to be placed under a scope if they can.
After 10 million years of waiting, a lot of people, a lot of scientists will be interested in finding out what those rocks look like when Neil and Buzz hopefully bring back their 60 pounds of samples of lunar soil and lunar rock. Where's Tranquility Base? Let's see if...
Air to ground.
Yeah, mission time every 30 minutes, over.
Charlie Duke talking to Tranquility Base, Armstrong and Aldrin from Capcom.
We are not in communication with Mike Collins, who is still up there. Remember him?
Over the hill.
Yes, indeed.
And,
with a smiling face, I'm sure, as he said, don't forget one up here.
And Apollo Control came up with a semi-official, almost official landing time of 102 hours and 45 minutes and 40 seconds a few moments ago.
Tranquility, Houston, I'm counting down to T3 time. If you'd like to give me a hack, we can set up an event timer, over.
That power descent burn took 40 seconds longer than expected.
How about counting up? Roger, you want it counting up? Stand by.
It took Armstrong and Aldrin 40 seconds to clear that football-sized crater and come down to a safe spot, which meant they had used up half of their hovering fuel reserve.
Yeah, they had what, 80 seconds, 85?
85 seconds total, and you heard him say 5%, which is right after 5%, the low fuel warning light goes on.
Yes, indeed. Well, that proves his skill, of course, of being able to fly it and to bring it down, take it across that football field full of rocks. If he had not taken over manual control, we might be in a very, very different situation from the one that we are. We like to believe we're enjoying right now at 49 minutes and 4 seconds of man's presence on the moon. How did the country react? Well, let's find out about the capital anyway, and let's go to Washington now to see just what happened there. ABC's Sam Donaldson. Okay, I'll wait.
Man on the moon. These people are on the Connecticut Avenue sidewalk outside our ABC News Bureau across from the Mayflower Hotel.
After you mentioned lighted horizon, you trailed off down into the noise level, Neil, over.
While we're waiting, Frank, Aldrin a moment ago was telling Houston Capcom, we are sending you TV picture signal from the Mesa box with the TV camera still closed up. And Houston said we are getting good, strong signal. Electronic impulses from that TV camera, which makes us think it's going to work just fine. And then,
it has not really been deployed as yet.
Apparently not. Then Armstrong came in and sunk down into the noise level Capcom Bruce McCandless mentioned a few moments ago, and we're trying to get it clarified now. I don't think it's deployed yet. I don't think he's outside. I think they were testing their circuits and turned on the camera using the LEM steerable antenna. As you may recall, that's the antenna mounted atop the LEM. It has to send back the television picture signal. If it doesn't, they then have to deploy that huge parasol-type unfolding erectable S-band antenna. But it sounds like they're getting good picture.
They are in the suits, and they are wearing the PLIS, the Portable Life Support System, and we did hear that checkout. The communications were pretty good. Very good.
Well, it wasn't clear whether they were sending through the PLIS communication set. They may have been.
Wouldn't they naturally be talking through the PLIS communications if they were, if they got it on and all set?
I refuse to incriminate myself. They could be or they couldn't be. It depends on what kind of a check they're running.
Well, we're not able to hear any communications here. But actually, communications have been so infrequent, really, so sparse tonight, that I think I'd like to just stay here for a while now, even though not much seems to be happening.
Columbia, this is Houston. Are you reading Tranquility all right on the relay, over?
Now they're calling Mike Collins.
I believe so. I haven't heard anything from him lately. He's been breaking up, but up until about 3 minutes ago, I was reading him loud and clear.
Roger, it sounds like you're getting it all.
Yeah, thank you.
And of course, the way this communication setup is rigged for safety purposes, when Armstrong and Aldrin are outside, they're actually relaying through the LEM communication set, thence up to the Columbia mothership, so Collins can listen in as safety man, and at the same time, both go back to mission control in Houston. And should the tiny radios in the PLIS fail, that's an immediate no-no, if you will. It's an immediate call to get back in the LEM. Houston control must have good communications with them.
And they've got to know what's going on, yes. NASA now estimates that we are perhaps about 20 minutes away from opening the hatch on Eagle. They say that will happen at about 10:10 Eastern Daylight Time.
Right.
That's a little less than 20 minutes.
By the way, Eagle is situated on the lunar landscape at Tranquility Base, much as our Eagle simulated lunar module is in our ABC simulation. It's facing about 13 degrees to the right, the way Armstrong set it down, 13 degrees to the right of their center line or approach path along the lunar equator. That's how closely Apollo Control has been able to read out Eagle's position.
I hear everything but that. Houston, this is Tranquility. We're standing by for a go for cabin depress, over.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. You are go for cabin depressurization. Go for cabin depressurization.
Go, cabin depressure. Roger, thank you.
That's it. We're 20 minutes away from cracking the hatch.
Quarter valve is okay. Verify cabin fan number 1 circuit breaker open. Over. This fan number 1 breaker. We'll have to pull that one out. Close. Now, wait a minute.
Columbia, this is Houston. Your LEM line of sight comm acquisition with the Tranquility Base is 108 plus 29er. LOS is 108 plus 42, over.
Two circuit relief valve auto. In auto. Two cabin. Two gas diverter valve to egress.
Stand by, please.
Verify master alarm. Push button right, reset. Caution light. Operator caution light on. Takes a while for the water separator heavy. I don't understand. Tube fan number 1, circuit breaker open.
Gave some figures.
Buzz, this is Houston. We'd like you to pull the suit fan Delta P circuit breaker on panel 16, over.
Roger, I have it. That's flipped it. Different shift. Haven't guessed.
Communications are scratchy, but you can hear them, Frank, going step by step through the final items on the cabin depressurization checklist.
Yes.
Being sure the ops, the oxygen purge system, oxygen hoses are in the clear and working. Aldrin is donning his helmet. Armstrong putting on his helmet, connecting the FLIS.
Okay, there it is. DCS, master arm, water separator.
Water hoses, that was testing the environmental control system.
Isolation valve to suit. I'll get him. Oh, got it. Need to connect LEM hoses. Okay. Connect OBS O2 hose to right hand PGA connector lock. Let me do that for you.
About 16 minutes away from cabin depressurization and hatch open.
Lock locked. Raise your arm up.
And Capcom in Houston was also giving both Collins and Eagle at Tranquility Base the outer limits, if you will, of Eagle's communications. And as you can see, those communications are somewhat scratchy. Aldrin seems to come in better than Armstrong for some reason.
Okay. Verify closed. Lock pin installed. Okay. All in red. PGA red.
And what Aldrin is doing is...
He's doing more talking, too, isn't he?
Well, I think what he's doing, Frank, I'm sure what he's doing is going down a checklist of everything on Armstrong to be sure Armstrong's PLIS is set up and working right, properly attached, the radios are working right, the emergency...
Installed, locked, and locked.
The lock means each pin is in place.
Oh, wait a minute. Should be... Good deal. That's right out in the middle. All right, check my breaker valves vertical. Both vertical. 2 vertical. Okay. Hold this, I'll put in your bridge valve. Locked and double locked.
That was locking in the PLIS water hose for the cooling system.
Armstrong has to check out Aldrin, too.
Well, he attempts to. And they attempt to have each other set up before they go out.
Mission Mike.
It's hard to say how long this will take.
Sure wish I'd shaved last night.
I hope so. I probably think so. How long?
That was a Buzz Aldrin comment.
Okay, we need the helmets. Get your mics where you want them. Verify bus mode selected, AR. Verified. I don't know if you guys can read me on VHF, but you sure sound good down there. No. Locked. Okay.
What we're hearing there are the final few minutes of the cabin depressurization preparations.
The vent window is clear.
Before they begin the spacewalk.
Right, remove the lever from the engine cover. Verify EV visor is attached. How's the comm now, Houston?
Buzz, this is Houston. The comm is very good. You're coming through loud and clear, and Mike passes on the word that he's receiving you and following your progress with interest.
Very well, thank you.
And they're now very close to starting the initial depressurization of the cabin. We'd guess about 4 or 5 minutes away from that step and about 8 or 9 minutes away from hatch opening. You heard Aldrin there removing his EVA visor, the gold visor to protect both his eyes, and then helping Armstrong get the visor on Armstrong's helmet and in place, and helping Aldrin get his in place. Then positioning the microphones. They use tiny lip microphones inside the helmet before sealing the helmet. And the next few steps call for them to close the cabin repressurization valve and then monitor the pressure gauge on the cuff of their PGA, a pressure garment assembly, the spacesuit, as the cabin depressurizes, and being sure the PGA's pressure, the suit's pressure, doesn't drop below 4.5 pounds per square inch.
Now the communications gets a bit scratchy again.
Right. Assuming the pressure in the suit holds and the communications improve a little bit, they'll go on out. But we're hearing an open line, I would think, real time, if you will, from Tranquility Site from the Eagle to Houston Control. And pretty hard to understand, I think. Coming across 240-odd thousand miles of space with about a 1.25 seconds delay. And they may even be doing the cabin depressurization now without having told us in advance, or we may have missed it due to the scratchy communications.
I thought they started that some time ago.
No, that was the preparations for the cabin depressurization, which, by my checklist, should actually be taking place just about now.
Fully in. I see you're down.
The RCU you heard him refer to as the remote control unit for the PLIS to govern the temperature settings, radio settings, etc. And he was pulling it down apparently on Armstrong's suit to adjust it better. The way this communication system works, Armstrong and Aldrin can talk to each other using VHF, a very high frequency radios, much like aviation radios on Earth. They can talk to Collins using the VHF system.
I wonder if we're triggering all the time. I don't think so.
Neil and Buzz talking back and forth.
Yes.
Houston, Neil, how do you read?
Neil, this is Houston. I read you loud and clear, and I read both the comments that we said, I wonder if we're triggering all the time, and I don't think so. Prior to that, it was relatively quiet, over.
Okay, we're hearing a little bit of background noise, and I just wanted to make sure that we weren't continually keyed.
Don't sound like it.
Neil means were they keying their radios without realizing it, creating that background noise. Turning their radios on, that is. It's a very complicated but fail-safe communication system where they can talk to each other, to Collins and the Columbia... to Collins and the Columbia Command Module, and to Houston through the LEM steerable
Neil,
antenna.
this is Houston. Would you verify your RCU vent window clear, over?
That's verified.
Roger that.
And by the sound of the way the checkout is going, we don't think they're more than 5 or 6 minutes away from opening the hatch.
Okay, we can start it.
It would sound to us like they're already through the cabin depressurization, running about 30 minutes behind on their checklist. But nobody can fault them for that after the kind of day they had.
All right,
terms
for EVA.
That's Buzz there.
Disconnect the water. Okay, let me get yours. Okay, then we should be able to stow these up.
They're around 4 hours and 5 minutes ahead of the originally scheduled EVA time by skipping that rest period.
The cabin pressures on both vehicles reading 4.9 pounds per square inch. Columbia's temperature 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Eagle's temperature 61 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's NASA's Jack Riley on Apollo Control.
Neil and Buzz will step out into temperatures of 250 degrees above.
Right, on their back. Remember the sun coming over at that low angle? It's very hot in back, very cold in front. And the scientists, by the way, Frank, are still arguing about exactly how hot it is. It turns out that the figures they've been using all along of plus 253 degrees Fahrenheit in lunar sunlight is with the sun directly overhead. Now there's some doubt about it with the sun at this very low angle of roughly 10 or 11 degrees behind them. Scientists now seem to think the temperature outside will really be only about 130 or 140 degrees cool.
Columbia, this is Houston. Any joy on the LEM that pass over?
Okay, all stowed.
That was McCandless asking Collins
water hose to PGA.
Any joy, could you see the LEM on that pass? And that wasn't Collins answering, that was Neil or Buzz. Behind all the drama, anxious hours of tedium, if you will, doing this kind of check. Aldrin and Neil.
Houston, Buzz here, over.
Go ahead, Buzz. This is Houston.
Roger. Our comm just seemed to clear up a good bit. Did SM just go over the hill?
Negative. He's been over the hill here for a minute or so. Correction. He should be losing contact with you in about a minute.
Black locks are checked, locks are checked, blue locks are checked, lock locks, red locks, perch locks. And on this side, the twist locks and lock locks, both sides. Water locks. And the comm.
Okay. All set for the glove. Lock.
It was Neil.
They should be getting close now.
They're not wasting any energy in talking, are they? Just tending to business.
Donning the plisses, Frank, putting on all the equipment inside the LEM is sort of like trying to erect a beach antenna inside a hall closet.
Yes.
It's tight quarters, and it's a lot of work to, as we've seen in our own ABC lunar module simulator, mock-up rather. It's a lot of work juggling yourself around.
Columbia, this is Houston. Do you read? Over.
Columbia, read you loud and clear on the C. Charlie.
Roger, Columbia. I have LOS and AOS times for you this pass with misspin. LOS 109er plus 21 plus 12. AOS coming around the corner 110 0735. Over.
Again, 5.
Roger out.
That was the information being passed up to Mike Collins in Columbia. We're about to lose contact with him now as he goes around the corner and heads down the dark side of the moon.
Okay, all right. Verify your diverter valve open. Up position. Diverter valve up. Diverter valve up in the minimum. Pump on. Running. Air mine's running also.
And this should be the hatch opening right now. The diverter valve is the last full step of our checklist.
Verified. That's what it is, yeah. That's really. So let's bend down. Let me stow that. See if we. Oh, that's.
The audible tone is the warning tone on the Pliss itself. A warning if they're running low on oxygen. They check it before going out.
Okay. All right. Inspect the EMU. Already done that pretty well. Pretty well complete. Okay.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Columbia, go ahead.
Roger, were you successful in spotting the LEM on that pass, over?
That's negative. I
Okay, if you'd like to look again next pass, we have a different set of coordinates based on the onboard P-57 solution of the LEM. These are Echo decimal 3 and 4 decimal 8. I say again, Echo decimal 3, 4 decimal 8. Same chart, over.
Roger. Look there, and also how about putting that into your machine and coming out with some coordinates, latitude, longitude over 2 and altitude for P-22 so it can help me best it can.
Roger.
My P-22 is still pointing in the wrong place.
Columbia, this is Houston, latitude plus 0.523, longitude divided by 2, 11.710, over.
Roger, understand, plus 00523 and plus 11710, thank you.
Houston, roger that.
It's Capcom Bruce McCandless passing out new coordinates in the hope that Mike Collins will be able to spot Eagle on the moon's surface.
Columbia, this is Houston. We're requesting high gain antenna, pitch, yaw, pitch 0, yaw 200. That is pitch 0, yaw 200, over.
And it shouldn't be very long now before they open the hatch and get outside. It's already been a long, long day, Frank, for all three of them. They got up at just after 7 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. It's already been about a 15-hour and 15-minute day.
Earth's Eagle's ladder is in the shadow of the sun, and Neil Armstrong has told Mission Control that this could interfere with the television quality as he climbs down to the surface.
Yeah, we might see a dark shadow, a dark shadow's feet in silhouette coming down the ladder. By the way, what do you suppose ever happened to Luna 15?
Well, I've forgotten about it a long time ago.
Is there a real Luna 15? And regardless of whether it's Armstrong's feet in silhouette or the quality may not be quite right, it's still a great, great thing to see. And we should see that. We should see the first television about 5 or 6 minutes after Armstrong opens the hatch and steps out on the front porch and pulls these 2 D-rings that deploy that Mesa equipment package. And Aldrin will have pushed the circuit breaker to turn on the camera from inside the cockpit of Eagle.
And even if that initial television is not so good, of course, then they can move the camera, and they intend to move it later on to get it around into position so that we can see the activity on the surface of the moon. Well, they've been up there more than 6 hours now, 6 hours and 5 minutes.
And we're
they've been down there, I guess I should say.
108 hours into this, almost 109 hours into this scheduled 195-hour mission. I can't see very many of the critics or anyone else quibbling with the quality of the television they send back.
Live television from the moon, showing live people. Whew.
I keep recalling time and again today, Frank, the words of a noted U.S. scientist 10 years ago when Russia sent up the first Sputnik, 12 years ago actually. He called it a neat scientific trick.
Yes.
But not with any special significance.
Well, I suppose there are still people who feel that way about, even about this great accomplishment of today.
You know, Neil and Buzz won't be able to see it when they step out on the moon's surface, but
in the control center,
that's your
a
Apollo
clock has
control.
been set up to record the operating time on Neil Armstrong's portable life support system. EVA will be counted from that time.
This is Neil. How do you read?
Neil, this is Houston, loud and clear.
A little bit better now. There we go. Roger, loud and clear. You're not too loud and clear, but I think it's the same problem. Houston, how do you read Buzz?
Buzz, this is Houston, loud and clear. You're really coming in beautifully, over.
Very good. Okay. Cabin repress closed.
In Apollo control, the large TV screen, which is called an idiaphore screen, to the right of our picture, the right upper part of the picture, is set up to bring the first television picture back from Eagle after the camera is turned on and Neil gets out.
Okay.
And as we run down our checklist here, they've just
Now
closed the cabin repress valve.
comes the gymnastics. Up. Now comes the gymnastics. I think it'll be a lot easier. Okay, I want to go to stop and go down to 3.5 and send back to auto.
We're about 6 or 7
Okay,
checklists.
going stop. And it's down to 4.2, 4.1. That's 3.5.
We're exactly 9 checklist items away from opening the hatch.
Now in auto. Verify cabin pressure at 3.5 and LEM seat circuit pressure between 3.6 and 4.3. It is. Seat circuit's at about 4.3. Okay. Verify the PGA pressure is above 4.5 minus 4.6. Minus 4.7.
Neil, this is Houston. Will you give us a hack when you start your chronometer? Over.
Roger.
Neil's about to start his
Give it to him later. Okay.
the chronometer or stopwatch he wears on the outside of his cup.
Dump. Dump. Go to dump.
That's it. They're dumping cabin pressure, getting ready for the hatch opening. They verify the suit pressure is holding fine. And Neil has started his stopwatch, the Bliss count-up time. The operating minutes
Houston,
on the backpack
my
is on the way.
watch at 5.6. Over.
Roger.
And what Neil meant by the gymnastics.
3, 2, 1, mark. Houston, Columbia, back on the right game.
Roger, Columbia, loud and clear, and we copied your mark there, Buzz.
Clear, and we copied your mark there, Buzz. Okay, I got my water window. Okay, water warning. That's yours? Got mine? Okay.
And that noise is probably the antenna scratching against the cabin as Neil gets on his tummy to start moving up.
Zero. Verify LAM suit circuit 3.6 to 4.3. That's verified. Verified PGA pressure above 4.5. Okay, 4.75. Coming down. Ready to open the hatch when we get to 0.
The hatch opening just about to take place now.
You want to bring down one of your visors now or leave them? No, okay. Get your visor down.
And in Apollo control, the Bliss portable life support system counter clock has stopped at 2 minutes. We're not quite sure why. Armstrong may have paused momentarily on his way out to straighten out some kind of a problem. It's begun to count up again now, indicating the hatch is either open or just about to open.
Four-tenths of a pound in the cabin.
Cabin pressure almost down to 0, indicating hatch opening about to begin.
Going about 0.2.
Cabin pressure almost down to 0 now. Very close to hatch opening.
Coming up on 5 minutes of operation on Neil Armstrong's portable life support system now.
Sure takes a long time to get all the way down, doesn't it? Yeah.
It's anybody's guess what Aldrin meant by that comment, whether Armstrong is still getting all the way down outside the hatch or actually on the ladder. Or whether they were waiting for the cabin pressure to go all the way down. Yes. Could have been that, too.
Okay, let me see if it'll open now. Okay. open my RCU there with your mind.
We are minutes away from this moment.
That was Aldrin indicating he was going to see if the pressure was down enough in the cabin to get the hatch open.
Neil sounds chipper as he goes through this last checklist. He's going to step on. Going to step on the moon in good cheer.
Light? It's unlocked, yep. Unlocked.
The hatch is unlocked. It was Aldrin confirming it. After getting in the unlocked position, he has to
getting up. It'll pop open.
Partially pull it open. If it doesn't pop open, he's indicating it will pop open. And then after checking 2 of the gauges on Armstrong's bliss, Aldrin will pull the forward hatch full open to help Armstrong get out of the Eagle lunar module.
Get a steady tone in the background. I have a static, intermittent static. I've got a little bit of a steady tone. I don't guess I hear that.
Just moments away from Armstrong.
Neil, this is Houston. What's your status on hatch opening? Over.
Houston, what's your... everything is go here. We're just waiting for the cabin pressure to bleed to low enough pressure to open the hatch. It's about 0.1 on our gauge now. I hate to tug on that thing. Alternative would be to open that one too.
Neil, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we're showing a relatively static pressure on your cabin. Do you think you can open the hatch at this pressure, about 0.12 psi?
We're going to try it.
Roger.
It's taken much longer than scheduled for that cabin pressure, Frank, to bleed down. And Apollo Control is getting worried about the time building up on Armstrong's portable life support system. There it is, coming open.
Hold it from going closed and I'll get the valve to okay? Now I better get up first.
hatch reported coming open at 109 hours, 8 minutes, 5 seconds.
Okay.
Correction, 109:07:35.
Jack Riley and Apollo Control.
Your window cleared yet? The water window cleared yet? It was, yeah. Mine hasn't cleared yet. Columbia, this is Houston, over. Columbia, this is Houston. We'd like you to cycle the band in cryohydrogen tank number 1. And LOS time this orbit is 11119er31. Correction, make that for the next orbit. You already have the AOS LOS for this orbit. Have the AOS LOS for this. Roger the time, you want to cycle the fan and cryohydrogen tank 1. Roger out.
And Apollo Control hasn't forgotten about the Columbia mothership either, telling Collins to keep an eye on that cryogenics pressure fan for the cryogenics pressure system before he goes out of signal on this orbit.
Scratchy again.
And some of the radio signals we hear repeating themselves in kind of a space-age harmonics effect, we think, bouncing back and forth between, we think, Eagle on the moon's surface and the Columbia mothership.
Well, the hatch is open.
Have your water valve on, please?
And that water valve full open is the last step Armstrong has on his checklist before pulling the forward hatch to full open. Mike Collins disappearing over the hill shortly on the 18th revolution around the moon of the Columbia mothership. And
I'll be out of touch with him, too, for a while they're on the
you can
surface.
bet he's listening as anxiously as anyone else. As he put it, I don't want to fly that thing home alone.
He won't get to hear all the conversations.
They've been on the PLSSs now for 16 and a half minutes.
Columbia, this is Houston. We show you nearing high gain antenna scan limit. When you lose lock on us, we request Omni Delta. Omni Delta when you lose lock, over. Delta when you lose. Roger, Omni Delta.
We're 8 minutes away from loss of signal on Columbia.
That 15 minutes of time of oxygen stop and cooling on the Bliss is beginning to worry some of the life support people in Apollo control. The Bliss is good for a maximum of 4 hours.
Okay, my window's cleared. I'm going to go to... That might cooling up a little bit. Okay, my window's clear.
After you depressurize, you want to keep the Eagle windows clear so Aldrin can monitor Armstrong who's outside.
Windows are clear. Time suit circuit is 4243. And I got gas and pressure light, a 3 amp light, and an ECS light. Yeah, we got a water separator light. No water, all check. Right. And I'll look at your cabin fan, one circuit breaker. You look at the glycol secondary.
Neil Armstrong, suit pressure 4 point.
It's cooling now. Me too. Okay. Glycol pump secondary circuit breaker open. I can see that. I have to lean this way. Can't go any further. My cabin fan 1 is, yeah, I'm good. Can you check it? It's open. Verified. Okay. Non-pings radar circuit breaker's open. Well, I'm looking head on at it. I'll get it. Okay, let's get your antenna. Out. Okay. Now ready to go down and get the moon. My antenna's out. Right. Okay, now we're ready to hook up the LEC here.
That's the lunar equipment conveyor. Armstrong carries the webbed belt for it down with him on the back of the suit. They're just a few short steps away from Neil getting out on the front porch and starting down the ladder. He has to lower his extravehicular activity visor if he elects to.
Go down. Play with no twists now. Put the bag out this way. That's even. There you hooked up there. Okay, now we need to hook this. Yeah, move that up there. Okay, your visor. Yeah. Look at your back is up against the pert.
The visor.
Right now it's on top of the biscuit. Forward and up. Now you're clear.
That's
A little
Aldrin.
bit toward me.
Aldrin helping Armstrong maneuver himself out of the lane hatch.
Your left a little bit. Plenty of room.
Armstrong is backing out on his stomach.
You're lined up nicely. Toward me a little bit. Down. Okay, now you're clear. You're catching the first hinge often. The what hinge? I move. Your roll to the left. Okay, now you're clear. Lined up on the platform. Move your left foot to the right a little bit. Okay, that's good. All left. Good. Okay, now I'm going to check gas here. Okay, you're not quite squared away. Hold to the right a little. There, even. Yeah, that's okay. That's good. Got plenty of room to your left. It's a little close on the side. How am I doing? You're doing fine.
That's Aldrin easing Armstrong out the hatch. Armstrong encumbered by the bulky backpack.
Okay, you want this bag? Yep. Got it. Okay, Houston, I'm on the porch.
Roger, Neil.
He's outside on the LEM's front porch.
Okay, stand by, Neil.
Columbia, this is Houston, 1 minute, 30 seconds to LOS. All systems go, over.
Over here a minute, Neil. Okay. Get a little slack?
That's Aldrin helping Armstrong with the conveyor belt, offering him more slack if he needs to get it down from the front porch as he starts down the ladder.
Neil Armstrong on the porch at 109 hours, 19 minutes, 16 seconds.
You need more slack, bud? No, hold it just a minute. Okay.
.25 minutes of PLSS time expended now.
Okay, everything's nice and straight in here. Okay, can you pull the door open a little more? Right? Okay. Did you get the mesa out? I'm going to pull it now.
Deploy the mesa.
Pulling the D-ring to set the mesa down on its hinges.
Houston, the mesa came down, all right.
And we should be seeing a television
Houston,
picture.
Roger, we copy, and we're standing by for your TEV.
Houston, this is Neil, radio check.
Neil, this is Houston, loud and clear. Break. Buzz, this is Houston, radio check and verify TV circuit breaker in.
Roger, TV circuit breaker's in. Read 5 clear.
Roger. And we're getting a picture on the
Here's
TV.
the picture.
You got a good picture, huh?
There's a great deal of contrast in it, and currently it's upside down on our monitor, but we can make out a fair amount of detail.
Okay, would you verify the position, the opening I ought to have on the camera?
Stand by.
And we saw a shadowed footstep
There's the
there. There's Armstrong's footstep coming down to the moon.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming. Okay, I just checked getting back up to that first step. That isn't collapsed too far, but it's adequate to get back up.
Roger, we copy.
It's a pretty good little jump.
Buzz, this is Houston. F2, 1/160th second for shadow photography on the sequence camera.
Okay. I'm at the foot of the ladder. The LEM footpads are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches, although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder. Ground mass is very fine. I'm going to step off the LEM now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Silhouetted. You can see Neil there walking.
Yes, the surface is fine and powdery. I can pick it up loosely with my toe. It does adhere in fine layers, like powdered charcoal, to the sole and sides of my boot. I only go in a fraction of an inch, maybe an eighth of an inch, but I can see the footprints of my boots and the treads in the fine sandy particles.
Neil, this is Houston. We're copying.
There seems to be no difficulty in moving around as we suspected. It's even perhaps easier than the simulations of 16G that we performed in various simulations on the ground. Absolutely no trouble to walk around. The descent engine did not leave a crater of any size. It has about 1 foot clearance on the ground. We're essentially on a very level place here. I can see some evidence of rays emanating from the descent engine, but very insignificant amount. Okay, Buzz, we ready to bring down the camera?
I'm all ready. I think it's 2 miles squared away in good shape.
Okay.
Okay, you'll have to pay out all the LEC. It looks like it's coming out nice and evenly.
Okay, it's quite dark here in the shadow and a little hard for me to see that I have good footing. I'll work my way over into the sunlight here without looking directly into the sun.
Okay, it's taut now.
Unofficial time on the first step, 109.2420.
Okay, I think you're pulling the wrong one.
I'm ready to pull it down now. There was still a little bit left in the...
Okay, don't hold it quite so tight.
Okay?
Okay.
Looking up at the LEM, I'm standing directly in the shadow now, looking up at Buzz in the windows. And I can see everything quite clearly. The light is sufficiently bright, backlighted into the front of the limb, that everything is very clearly visible.
Okay, I'm going to be changing it. Okay.
Armstrong's taking the Hasselblad camera off the conveyor belt now and attaching it to the front of his suit to begin taking pictures. Aldrin reloading the film camera in the window. Deep shadows in the moon, and Armstrong in silhouette in man's first footsteps.
The surgeon says that
Camera installed on the RCU bracket.
the surgeon says the crew is doing well. Data is good, crew is doing well.
And I'm still in the LEC on the secondary strut.
Restore.
I'll step out and take some of my first pictures here.
There's the wider shot of Neil working with the camera. He may have already taken the contingency sample.
Roger, Neil. We're reading you loud and clear. Let's see, getting some pictures and the contingency sample.
That's the picture. Let's keep it like that.
35.5 minutes of PLSS time expended now.
Armstrong facing the LEMS ladder, snapping pictures away with the Hasselblad. Not quite clear whether he's already taken that first contingency soil sample or not.
We're seeing the horizon of the moon beyond him there, which to him appears very close.
Almost like a brightly lit beach. Now he turns to shoot pictures of the horizon, and we can see his backpack.
Neil, this is Houston. Did you copy about the contingency sample? Over.
All right, you're going to get to that just as soon as I finish these picture series.
As we thought, he hadn't had a chance to do it yet. He's doing one panoramic sweep of the LEM, 360 degrees around to the horizon, shooting pictures with an electric Hasselblad very quickly and moving very facilely, very easily. Almost like he's on roller skates.
Almost as though he's swimming.
In 1/6G.
Okay, you're going to get the contingency sample there, Neil? Right. Okay, that's good.
Okay, the contingency sample is down and it's up sample.
That's Aldrin relaying that Neil is...
It's a little difficult to dig through the initial crust.
Very interesting. It's a very soft surface, but here and there where I plug with the contingency sample collector, I run into very hard surface, but it appears to be very cohesive material of the same sort. I'll try to get a rock in here. Get a couple.
Oh, that looks beautiful from here, Neil.
It has a stark beauty all its own. It's like much of the high desert of the United States. It's different, but it's very pretty out here. Be advised that a lot of the rock samples out here, the hard rock samples, have what appear to be vesicles in the surface. Also, I'm looking at one now that appears to have some sort of phenocryst.
Houston, roger out.
Okay, the handle is off the... it pushes in about, 6-8 inches into the surface. Like it's pretty easy to...
It is. It's, I'm sure I could push it in farther, but it's hard for me to bend down farther than that.
Didn't know you could throw so far.
You can really throw things a long way up here.
That was the handle for the contingency sample Armstrong was throwing away. He's got the plastic bag, the Teflon bag, full of the sample, put it in his suit. And in 1/6G, you can throw things quite far. He'd weigh about 330 pounds on Earth. Up there, he weighs about 55 pounds. Moving very easily with no trouble from every side.
My pocket open, bud?
Yes, it is. It's not up against your suit, though. Hit it back once more. Or more toward the inside. Okay, that's good.
He's apparently gathering the sample just to the
in the
right.
pocket?
Yeah, push down. Got it? No, it's not all the way in. Push it. There you go.
Contingency sample is in the pocket. My oxygen is 81%. I have no flags, and I'm in minimum flow.
This is Houston, roger, Neil.
He's apparently been gathering that sample just to the right of the camera, a little bit out of its range.
Okay, I got the camera going at 1 frame a second. Okay.
And he'll be moving around now, checking the condition of the lens.
And I've got 80%, no flags. Good.
Are you getting a TV picture now, Houston?
Neil, yes, we are getting a TV picture. Neil, this is Houston. We're getting a picture. You're not in at the present time. We can see the bag on the LEC being moved by Buzz, though. Here you come into our field of view.
Oh, let me move that over the edge for you.
Okay, ready for me to come out?
Yeah, just stand by a second. I'll move this over the handrail.
Okay. All right, that's got it. Are you ready? All set.
Aldrin's anxious to come out now.
Sure is.
Armstrong got the conveyor belt wetting out of the way there, over the
Okay,
handrail.
you saw what difficulties I was having. I'll try to watch your bliss from underneath here. All right, the backup camera is position. Okay, your bliss looks like it's clear and okay. The toes are about to come over the sill. Okay, now drop your bliss down. There you go, you're clear. And laterally, you're good. Got an inch clearance on top of your bliss. Okay, you need a little bit of arching of the back to come down. How far are my feet from the... Okay, you're right at the edge of the porch. Okay. Back in from... Small little foot movement. Porch. Arching of the back. Moment comes up and clears the bulkhead without any trouble at all. Looks good.
45 minutes PLSS time expended.
We got more than 3 hours left.
Neil, this is Houston. Based on your camera transfer with the LEC, do you foresee any difficulties in SRC transfer over? Difficulties in SRC.
Negative.
That's the sample return containers, the rock boxes that Capcom...
Now I want to back up and partially close the hatch.
Incredible year.
Making sure not to lock it on my way out. Particularly good thought. That's our home for the next couple hours. We want to take good care of it.
Aldrin worried he shouldn't lock himself and Neil
Okay,
out.
I'm on the top step and I can look down over the RCU and landing gear pad. It's a very simple matter to hop down from one step to the next.
Here he comes.
Yes, I found it to be very comfortable, and walking is also very comfortable. You've got 3 more steps and then a long one. Okay, I'm going to leave that 1 foot up there and both hands down to about the 4th rung up. There you go. Okay, now I think I'll do the same. A little more. About another inch. There, you got it? That's a good step. Yep. About a 3-footer. Beautiful view. Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here. Magnificent desolation.
Two Americans on the moon. There they both are.
Both PLSSs nominal on consumables.
Looks like the secondary strut. Have little thermal effects on it right here, Neil. Yeah, I noticed that. Seems to be the worst, although similar effects are on all around. Is very, very fine powder, isn't it?
Isn't it fine? Right in this area. I don't think there's much of any but fine powder. Some clouds together, and it's hard to tell whether it's a cloud or a rock. Notice how you can pick it out? Yeah, and it bounces and then reaching down, fairly easy. I got my suit dirty at this stage. The mass of the backpack does have some effect in inertia. There's a slight tendency I can see now to backwards due to the soft, very soft texture. You're standing on a rock, big rock there now. Pad sure didn't. No, it didn't. Absolute no crater there at all from the engine. No. I wonder if that right under the engine is where probe might have hit. I'd like that. Yeah, I think that's a good representation of our sideward velocity at touchdown there. Hold it to probe. I'll see that probe over on the minus Y strut. Open off and bent back up. Yeah, it did, didn't it? The other two boats bent over. Can't say too much for the visibility right here without the visor up. Pretty dark. It looks like there's a surface of a flat rounded rock. And incidentally, these rocks, very powdery surface. Say again, please, Buzz. You're cutting out. And just please, Buzz. I say that the rocks are rather slippery. Roger. Very powdery surface. When it's on there, it's fill up all the very little fine porises. They'll tend to slide over it rather easily.
Neil Armstrong getting ready to move the TV camera now out to its panorama position.
Traction seems quite good. Particular area. Start to lose my balance in one direction, and recovery is quite natural and very easy. And moving arms around, Jack doesn't go off the surface. Not quite that light-footed.
And I have the insulation off the Mesa now. The Mesa seems to be in good shape.
You have to be careful that you're leaning in the direction you want to go, otherwise you slightly inebriate the. In other words, you have to cross your foot over to stay underneath where your center of mass is. Hey Neil, didn't I say we might see some purple rocks?
Find the purple rocks?
Yep. Very small, sparkly fragments are rock. They're like the sun in places. I would make a first guess at some sort of biotite. I'll leave that to the further analysis. Soil compacts underneath. Completely no. Said you don't sink down more than a quarter of an inch.
Biotite is a brown mica substance.
Okay, Houston, I'm going to change lenses on you.
Roger, Neil.
Armstrong's been on the moon 27 minutes now.
Life support consumables still looking good.
And our picture quality should improve, we think, when Armstrong mounts the camera.
Okay, Houston, tell me if get a new picture.
Neil, this is Houston. That's affirmative. We're getting a new picture. You can tell it's a longer focal length lens. And for your information, all LEM systems are go. Over.
For your information, all LEM. I appreciate that. Thank you.
While Neil and Buzz are out on their lunar moonwalk, Mission Control, via remote control, is watching the store, monitoring all the LEM systems to be sure nothing goes wrong, trapping them on the moon. And nothing has gone wrong, as Capcom Bruce McCandless just radioed up.
Neil is now unveiling the plaque that is.
Roger, we've got you four-sided, but back to one side.
Four-sided.
See Armstrong's face very clearly now as he works at unveiling, taking the foil.
For those who haven't read the plaque, we'll read the plaque that's on the front landing gear of this LEM. There's two hemispheres, one showing each of the two hemispheres of Earth. Underneath it says, "Dear men from the planet Earth, first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD. It came in peace for all mankind." It has the crew members' signatures and the signature of the President of the United States.
Ready for the camera? I'll get it. No, you're taking the TV on now. Watch the LEC there. I'm afraid these soft materials are going to get dusty. The surface material powdery. I don't know how good your lens is, but if you can touches above. Very much like a very finely powdered carbon, but pretty looking. You pull out some of my cable for me, bud? Houston, how close are you able to get things in focus?
This is Houston. We can see Buzz's right hand. It's somewhat out of focus. I'd say we were focusing down to probably, about 8 inches to a foot behind the position of his hand when he was pulling out the cable.
Okay, how's the temperature looking there? Temperature of the camera is showing cold. I'm a little cool. I think I'll take. I'm on intermediate now, Houston, and I show 3.78. No flags, 74.
Houston, roger out.
And we'll probably need a little distance at back location. Television camera.
Armstrong carrying the camera in his hand now to set it up at a new site. Looking out toward the moon's horizon, some craters and small boulders visible.
And Neil, look at the minus Y strut. The direction of travel there. Traveling from right to left. Right. So this one over here underneath the SN engine where the probe first hit. Minus my probe first hit. I got plenty of cable. You got plenty more.
Looking down now to the left
Okay,
surface.
I think I got the end of it. Something interesting in the bottom of this little crater here. Maybe. Keep going. We got a lot more. Okay. Getting a little harder to pull out here.
If you stand on the ladder facing forward, the minus Y strut is the landing gear to your left.
Hey, I am, Buzz. 40, 50 feet. Why don't you turn around and let them get a view from there and see what the field of view looks like. Go backing into the cable. Okay. Turn around to your right, be better. I don't want to go into the sun if I can avoid it. That's right, yeah. I'll just leave it. All right, let it sit like that and walk around it.
Wow.
Houston, how's that field of view going to be? Pick up the mesa far away?
There it is. The Eagle at Tranquility Base.
Neil, this is Houston. The field of view is okay. We'd like you to aim it a little bit more to the right, over.
Okay. Okay, that's all the cable we have. All the way out. I'll Start working on the shoulder.
A little bit too much to the right. Can you bring it back left about 4 or 5 degrees? Okay, that looks good, Neil.
Okay, that looks good, Neil.
Okay, now, think I ought to be farther away or closer?
Can't get too much further away.
Let's try it like that for a while. I'll get a couple panoramas with it here.
Roger, you look okay as far as distance goes, Neil, and we'll line you up again when you finish the panorama. You're going too fast on the panorama sweep. You're going to have to stop for...
I haven't stopped. I haven't set it down yet. That's the first picture in the panorama. Right there.
Roger.
Earth shine.
It's taken just about northeast. Tell me if you got a picture, Houston.
Well, we've got a beautiful picture, Neil.
Okay, I'm going to move it.
Okay, there's another good one.
And the camera moving further north, now to the west. The horizon about 1.5 miles off at maximum.
Okay, we got that one.
Okay, now this one's right down sun, straight west. And I want to know if you can see an angular rock in the foreground.
Roger, we have a large angular rock in the foreground, and looks like a much smaller rock a couple of inches to the left of it. Over.
Right, and then on beyond it about 10 feet is an even larger rock that's very rounded. That rock is about, the closest one to you is about sticking out of the sand about 1 foot. It's about 1.5 feet long, and it's about 6 inches thick, but it's standing on edge.
Roger.
Okay, Neil, I've got the table out. Got a bag deployed.
We got this view, Neil.
Straight south.
Roger, and we see the shadow of the limb.
In the hill, Roger, the little hill just beyond the shadow of the limb is a pair of elongate craters. About probably the pair together is 40 feet long and 20 feet across, and they're probably 6 feet deep. We'll probably get some more work in there later.
They've been out there 37 minutes, and they're running a few minutes ahead of their timeline, Frank. Doing beautifully.
Roger, and we see Buzz going about his work.
How's that for a final...
For a final orientation, we'd like it to come left about 5 degrees. Over.
There's equal.
Back to the right about half as much.
Okay.
Okay, that looks good there, Neil.
Yeah, that looks good there, Neil.
Okay.
One hour, 7 minutes time expended.
Okay, you can make a mark, Houston.
Roger, so when...
And incidentally, you can use the shadow that the staff makes to Just getting it perpendicular.
Buzz is erecting the solar wind experiment now.
Some of these small depressions big soft, and you tend to think, oh, maybe 2 or 3 inches. I can suggest exactly what the layer pictures showed when they pushed away a little bit. You could force transmitted through the upper surface of the soil, and about 5 or 6 inches away, it breaks loose and moves as if it were caked on the surface, when in fact it really isn't.
I noticed in the soft spots where we have footprints nearly an inch deep that the soil is very cohesive, and it will retain a slope of probably 70 degrees on the side of the footprint.
The solar wind experiment Aldrin's erecting is an aluminum window shade type device that will collect the gases and elements in the solar wind that hit the moon's surface. They'll photograph it, then he'll roll up the aluminum window shade and put it in a bag to take back with him to Earth.
All LEM systems still looking good.
They're having no difficulty moving about, are they? They've adapted to that extremely well.
Moving about on the moon looks a heck of a lot easier than moving about on Earth. Spacesuit or not.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's next. Did it come off? I'm going to get the camera. Take that part. Go out here with. Out up to the rock here.
Those vesicular and phenocryst rocks, if Armstrong's identification was correct, are pretty typical of rocks found, the vesicular rocks that found in Meteor Crater, Arizona, in the far west, typical of volcanic rock. The phenocrysts are crystalline rock found in places like Hawaii.
They have not had to deploy that S-band antenna. The communications are so good. I should give them a little extra time.
Columbia, this is Houston, AOS, over. Houston, AOS, over.
Here comes Mike.
Neil Armstrong's been on the lunar surface now almost 45 minutes.
I don't have camera.
can see them working there to...
Houston, Columbia on the high gain, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear, over.
Yeah, this is Houston reading. Yeah, reading you loud and clear. How's it going?
Roger, the EVA is progressing beautifully. I believe they're setting up the flag now.
Great.
I guess you're about the only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene.
That's all right, I don't mind a bit.
And there's the flag.
How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
Oh, geez, that's great. Is the lighting halfway decent?
Yes, indeed. They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface.
Up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface. Beautiful, just beautiful.
There it is.
See if you can pull that end off a little bit. Tighten that end up a little.
It won't go out.
Okay.
They'd carried Old Glory up with them, mounted on the LEM ladder, taken it out, unfolded the staff, socketed it together, and apparently had no trouble planting it in the moon soil.
Well, the moon is the land of the free and the home of the brave, huh? And that means all mankind. Taking pictures now.
Neil, this is Houston, radio check, over.
Hi, Roger. Houston, loud and clear.
Roger out.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Roger, Buzz.
I'd like to evaluate the various paces that a person can traveling on the lunar surface. I believe I'm out of your field of view. Is that right now, Houston?
That's affirmative, Buzz. You're in our field of view now.
You do have to be. All right, you do have to be rather careful to keep track of where your center of mass is. Sometimes it takes about 2 or 3 paces to make sure that you've got your feet underneath you. And about 2 or 3 or maybe 4 easy paces can bring you to a fairly smooth stop. Direction. Like a football player, you just have to put out to the side and cut a little bit. So-called kangaroo hop does work, but it seems your forward stability is not quite as good as it is in the conventional, more conventional one foot after another. As far as saying what a sustained pace might be, I think the one that I'm using now would get rather tiring after several hundred. But this may be a function of the suit as well as lack of gravity force here.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Could we get both of you on the camera for a minute, please?
Say again, Houston.
Roger, we'd like to get both of you in the field of view of the camera for a minute. Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over.
That would be an honor.
Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you... For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure they too join with America in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here representing not only the United States, but men of peace of all nations, and with interest and a curiosity and with a vision for the future. Honor for us to be able to participate here today.
And thank you very much, and I look forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday.
Look forward to that very much, sir.
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Roger, I've got a P-22 auto optics pad for you.
Back to business as usual. I think the right things have been said up there tonight and down here, too.
Roger, P-22, landmark ID, LEM. T1, 1102656. T2, 1103206. 3 miles south. Time of closest approach, 1103340. Shaft, 353.855. Trunnion, 46.495.
That's also Collins can hopefully find Eagle at Tranquility Base. He's determined to do it.
Well, we certainly can all hope that what the President said is true, that all of us will be inspired to bring peace and tranquility to Earth.
Houston, it's very interesting to note that when I kick my foot at material with no atmosphere here and it's gravity, they seem to leave, and most of them have about the same angle of departure and velocity. As where I stand, the large portion of them will impact at a certain distance out. There are several certain percentage, of course, that will impact different regions out, but it's highly dependent upon initial trajectory upwards, determine where most of the authority of the particle come down, like the terrain.
That's Buzz.
Roger, Buzz, and break, Columbia. This is Houston. When you track out of high gain antenna limits, request Omni Delta. Omni Delta, over.
Buzz and more of his mobility evaluation.
I've noticed several times in going from the sunlight into the shadow that just as I go in, I catch an additional reflection off the limb, along with the reflection off my face onto the visor, makes visibility very poor just at the transition sunlight into the shadow. I essentially have so much glare coming onto my visor, I'm under shadow, until helmet actually gets shadow, and then it takes a short while for my eyes to adapt to lighting conditions. Inside the shadow area, visibility, as we've said before, is not too great, but both visors up. We can certainly get what sort of footprints we have and the general condition of the soil. Then after being out in the sunlight a while, it takes, watch it, Neil. Neil, you're on the cable. Okay. Yeah, lift up your right foot. Right foot. It's still, your toe is still hooked in it. That one? Yeah, it's still hooked in it. Wait a minute. Okay, you're clear now. Thank you.
Neil was tripping over the camera cable.
Move that over this way.
Neil Armstrong has the scoop for the bulk sample collection.
Neil's been out on the lunar surface 59 minutes now. They're both running just about on time for their moonwalk. But they may not be able to finish all of it because it took them about 15 minutes to get out after they began using the portable life support system backpacks.
Well, they already have collected some by contingency sample.
Right, they may have...
The boot color of my boots have completely disappeared now into this still don't know exactly what color to describe this other than grayish cocoa color. Seems to be covering most of the wider part of the boot. Color that very fine particles.
Buzz, this is Houston. You're cutting out on the end of your transmission. Can you speak a little more closely into your microphone, over?
Roger, I'll try that.
Beautiful.
Well, I had that one inside my mouth that time.
Sounded a little wet.
A little wet.
They're speaking using little tubular microphones inside their helmets, of course. And we can see Armstrong busily scooping away, gathering
Neil's
up
been on
rocks
the
and
surface an
soil
hour now.
for the bulk sample collection, putting them in plastic bags, Teflon bags, and then into the
Buzz, not quite 20
sample
minutes
return
less than
container.
In general, time spent in the shadow doesn't seem to have any thermal effects we feel inside the suit. There is a difference, of course, in the coming radiation and helmet, so I think there's a tendency to feel a little cooler in the shadow than we feel out in the sun.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
One hour and a half expended on the PLSSs now.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Which would indicate an hour and 10 minutes of PLSS time left, but that limit is variable depending on what the BTU, or British Thermal Unit, the heat energy is that they're using in their actual work, and we haven't yet heard a reading on that, so they may be able to complete the whole moonwalk flight plan.
Well, what do they have left to do? They don't have very much left, really, do they? Instead of collecting more samples?
A fair amount. They've got to do a documented sample collection with photographs and detailed data on where they get it from, which is fairly time-consuming. They've got to deploy the two major scientific experiments after taking them out of the ASAP on the other equipment bay on Eagle, the passive seismometer experiment.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
And the laser reflector experiment.
Houston, Columbia, Delta.
Roger, you should have VHF AOS with the LEM right about now. VHF LOS will be at 40 minutes, 15 seconds, over.
And they've got an enormous quantity of pictures left to take. Armstrong busily working away, gathering that bulk
Heart
sample.
rates on both crewmen averaging between 90 and 100. Flight surgeon reports they're right on the predicted number of the BTU units expended in energy of work. And he thinks they're in great shape.
So it'll be somewhat of a tight squeak.
The contrast in general is comes about completely by virtue of the shadows. Almost deep. Down sun, zero phase, very light colored gray, light gray colored, like a halo around my own shadow, around the shadow of my helmet. Then as I look off cross sun, the contrast becomes strongest in that the surrounding color is still fairly light. As you look
down into the sun, a larger amount of shadowed areas looking toward us. The general color of the surrounding is darker than raw sun. Contrast is not as great. Surveying all the dusty area that we've picked up, considerably darker in texture now. I've picked up once. I imagine that this has been out by certain impacts that we've surveyor. The same is true. I survey cross sun along the area that we've been walking. General, due to the fact that there are footprints there, general terrain where I've been up out of this surface trail is generally of a darker contrast surrounding color.
Jules, the people who built that camera ought to be very happy. The one that's taking all these pictures.
Right, it's a little 7 1/4 pound Westinghouse camera, and it's done a marvelous job. We almost had a color camera that was ready in time for this flight. It'll be ready in time for Apollo 12, the next lunar landing flight, which should be in November. From 248,000 miles away, a remarkably clear picture.
You can see Neil Armstrong bringing scoop.
The ram I'll be taking is about 30 to 40 feet out to bus. But again, which strut, please, Buzz? The plus V strut. Roger. Right in this area, there are 2 craters. The one that's right in front of me now, as I look off in about the 11 o'clock position from spacecraft, about 30 to 35 feet across. And several rocks and boulders, 6, 8 inches across, different sizes.
Neil is filling the bulk sample bag attached to a scale. You can see him in the picture. Buzz is behind the limb at the minus Z strut. That's the landing gear directly opposite the ladder. Neil's been on the surface about 1 hour and 10 minutes now.
I'm now in the area of the minus Y strut. Taking some next photograph.
He didn't.
Buzz is making his way around the limb, photographing it from various angles, looking at its condition on all sides.
Just see him there behind it now. Or is he in front of it?
Neil's still occupied with the bulk sample. Minutes time expended on the PLSSs now.
How's the bulk sample coming, Neil? Bulk sample is just being sealed.
That takes them an hour and 10 minutes roughly through their 2-hour, 40-minute moonwalk flight plan, their EVA flight plan. Neil still has to photograph the LEM from all quadrants, the landing gear, the engine and its thrusters. Buzz does some of that photography and inspection and begins deploying the two ASAP, or Early Apollo Scientific Experiment Package experiments contained in the Quad 2 container.
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, over. Roger, no marks on the left that time. I did see a suspiciously small white object coordinates are. Go ahead with the coordinates on the small white object. Easy. Easy 0.37.6, but I really did them, and it's right on the southwest rim of a crater. I think they would know it if they were in such a location. It looks like their lamp would be pitched up to quite a degree. It's on the southwest wall of a smallish crater. Roger, copy Echo decimal 3 and 7 decimal 6.
Mike doesn't think he's seen them then.
He's skeptical.
And Columbia, this is Houston. While I'm talking to you, LOS will be at 111 19er 31. AOS 112 05 43. Over. Columbia, this is Houston. Did you copy LOS, AOS times? Over. Copied. AOS. Negative, Houston. You're broken. Disregard them. I got them off the flight plan. Roger, out.
Armstrong's been on the moon's surface an hour and 20 minutes now, and Aldrin's been out there 56 minutes.
Deflector that's mounted on quad 1 seems to be a good bit more wrinkled right now on quad 4.
You're breaking up again, Buzz.
I say the jet deflector that's mounted on quad 4 seems to be, the surface of it seems to be more wrinkled than the one that's on quad 1. Generally, underneath part of the LEM seems to have stood up quite well to the, look at some pictures in the aft part of the LEM that illuminate the thermal effects much better than we could get them up here in the front. Roger up. Want to get some particular photographs of the bulk sample area, Neil? Okay. And Houston, Buzz here, I'm showing 3.78 SI. 3%, no flags. Adequate. Light warming, finger. Roger, and Neil has 66%. O2, no flags. Minimum cooling, and the suit pressure is 382.
Houston, roger up.
Neil has finished collecting and packing the bulk sample.
Buzz, this is Houston. Have you removed the close-up camera from the mesa yet? Over.
Negative, thank you.
That little close-up camera is to get pictures down to a few microns in size of the lunar soil for exacting analysis by scientists.
And of course, they'll have some of the real thing to work with, too.
Right. The close-up camera actually sort of works. It punches down on the lunar surface, hopefully to...
Okay.
To get a picture of clean, undisturbed surface beneath the top.
Got it? Got it.
They apparently did not disturb the surface very much when they landed either.
Right. The amazing part is that there's apparently a hard crust under...
Houston, out of their timeline appear to be going.
Roger, it looks like you're about a half hour slow on it. We're working on consumables, over.
All right.
Apparently a hard crust under an inch or two of very soft, fine surface soil.
Well, he certainly picked the right spot to land, didn't he? Look at how level that is there.
Nobody could ever have done a better piloting job. Still to be heard about are where and when they're going to leave the medals being carried for U.S. astronauts and Soviet cosmonauts. Supposed to be left near the LEM's leg, and also that silicone disc with goodwill messages from all the world's leaders, unless they're saving that for somewhere near the end of the moonwalk.
Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. To clarify my last, your consumables are in good shape at this time. The 30-minute reference was with respect to the nominal timeline. Over.
Roger, I understand that.
Well, they seem to be a little behind schedule, but apparently they anticipate they will have enough time to carry out all their assigned duties.
And if they do have to cut back, Frank, at all, they'll do it on the documented sample collection. It's the lowest order of priority. They've already got their really high priority things done. The contingency sample, the photographs of the landing area, the EVA evaluation, inspection of the LEM, the bulk sample collection, the two big experiments, the seismometer and the laser experiment are the next two things. And they've done remarkably well so far.
Well, it's picking up the rocks that takes the time. And also all the photographs, too. Taking hundreds of them. That was the very first thing that Neil did, wasn't it? Just took a quick panoramic.
Moving around.
A
little trip around the moon's horizon from the base of the LEM with his Hasselblad 70mm still camera.
Didn't the flight plan call for him to scoop up that contingency sample right away? They kind of nudged him on that, and he said he'd get to it as soon as he finished taking the pictures.
I expect that was Armstrong's form of awe, if you will. Everyone wondered for so long what Neil would say, what the first words would be from the first man to set foot on the moon's surface. And
Neil's been on the surface now slightly over an hour and 20 minutes.
And those first words were almost lost. What he did say was, that's one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind.
Don't note any abnormalities in the LEM. Quads seem to be in good shape. The primary and secondary struts are in good shape. Antennas are all in place. There's no evidence of problem underneath the LEM due to either the engine exhaust or drainage of any kind.
Roger up.
It's very surprising, very surprising lack of penetration of all four of the foot pads. I'd say if we were to try and determine just how far below the surface they would have penetrated, you'd measure in 2 or 3 inches, would you say, Neil?
At the most, yeah. That fly strut there is probably even less than that.
That really was a soft landing on the moon.
All right, great job.
And it's a hard moon. Judging by the amount of coolant they're using, they're not...
I get a picture of the bus-wide strut taken from near the descent station. I think we'll be able to see a little bit better what the ripple effects are. Seem to be quite minimal.
They don't seem to be having any problem from unusual heat on the moon's surface or high temperatures.
The spacesuit is working well.
Right, and the backpack is working beautifully. There's no exact way of determining what that heat is until scientists can read out some of the instruments. But in this condition, which is equivalent to either lunar sunrise or sunset,
in the right rear of the spacecraft, looking at the skirts of the descent stage. So a slight darkening of the surface color, a rather minimal amount of radiating or etching away or erosion of the surface. And now on descent, both of us remarked that we could see a large amount of very fine dust particles moving out. There
was reported beforehand that we would probably see an outgassing from the surface after actual engine shutdown, but I recall I was unable to verify that.
Which is a very polite way of saying the advanced predictions were wrong.
Right. One advanced prediction that was right was Armstrong's prediction about the need for covering the LEM struts with that mylar foil. Remember, one of Neil's first comments was he could see thermal or scorching effects on the foil.
Yes.
He was worried that the heating from the descent engine might damage the struts and endanger their takeoff.
Well, they've had a good look around now at the LEM, at Eagle. Certainly it appears to be
angle, Neil.
appears to be ready to take them off tomorrow afternoon.
Yep. I think you're right.
And if they're out of our picture now, it's because they're busy inspecting the LEM and shooting those pictures of its reaction control system quads, its thruster quads, and the landing gear from all angles and all sides.
Do you think they might move up the time for takeoff?
I think it's a possibility, Frank. When you start looking at this timeline, by the time they're back in the LEM and have the hatch sealed...
The minus V set now. Aerial pair we're taking to the bed will take very little force of impact that we actually had.
By the time they're through with everything and back in the LEM, it's going to be an hour and a half to 2 hours from now at the very least. Then they have to eat. It'll take them through about, I would guess, 2:30 to 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern Daylight Time.
And Neil, if you take the camera, okay, to work on the SEQ bay. Okay.
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston.
I noticed that... Columbia, this is Houston.
Go ahead, bud.
Okay. Let me get some close-up pictures of that front.
And they'll want to get a decent night's sleep.
I was saying that Houston will stop and take a photograph of something and then want to start moving again sideways. Quite a tendency to start doing it with just gradual sideways hops until you start getting momentum.
Roger.
You see us underneath the LEM over at the SEQ bay, Houston?
Yes, indeed, Buzz. We can see your feet sticking out underneath the structure of the LEM descent stage.
Okay, I'm just on the other side of the...
now we can see you through the structure of the minus Z secondary strut.
Far off to the left there, you can see, Neil.
The SEQ bay contains the scientific experiments to be left on the surface of the moon. The laser, reflector.
They're open, and it looks like they're going to stay up without any problem.
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston. We're about to lose you on the Omnis. Request high gain antenna. React mode. Pitch 20. Yaw 135. Over.
And Aldrin's beginning to work to get those two scientific experiments out now out of the
area, Neil.
equipment
Make that
bay.
yaw 175. Columbia, yaw 175 on the high gain.
Corley's locked up on the high gain, Houston.
Roger out.
They're doing very well on their timeline now, Frank, for the moonwalk. They're still 15 minutes or so behind from the initial use of the backpack, but As far as the actual EVA experiments and work is concerned, they're doing well. But by the time they're back in 2 hours and have eaten and gotten to sleep in 3 hours and get 8 hours
The surgeon
sleep,
says everything looks fine.
there's not much chance of it lifting off very early. They might possibly lift off 1 revolution or 2 hours early tomorrow. But it begins to appear to be a little unlikely.
Well, they're certainly going to be ready for a night's sleep.
Here they are, 17 hours after getting up this morning, still working hard
An hour
away.
and a half of lunar surface time for Neil Armstrong.
And they've got at least 3 hours more of work to do before they'll get to sleep. So whether they can beat that 1:51 p.m. liftoff time, Eastern time tomorrow, by very much is problematical.
Houston, the passive seismometer has been deployed manually.
Roger.
That's one experiment out of the way.
And done very readily and rapidly. That's the experiment that'll radio back information for a year to 2 years on moonquakes, if there are any, and volcanic action on the moon, which will tell us much about the origin of the moon.
They've been on the
possibly
portable
the
life
Earth.
support systems for 2 hours now.
Next, they have to deploy the LR cube with a laser ranging retro reflector experiment, which is designed to reflect back to Earth laser beams sent up from...
And the manual deployment of the LR cubed little spring that's at the end of the string pulled off of the pit fin. Now, however, I was able to reach up and get hold of the pit fin and pull it loose. So it'll be deployed manually also.
Roger.
That'll beam back lasers sent up from 3 observatories in the United States and Russian and French observatories, too, to tell us how far apart the Earth and Moon are exactly, within 6 inches, by the way.
Yes, be able to measure it down to
And the
practically
panorama
nothing.
is complete and up the limb 730 position at about 60 feet.
And they're getting both of the experiments exactly where they're supposed to place them, safely away from the exhaust flames of the ascent stage when they lift off. You can see, I would think that's Aldrin's feet there between the 2 landing
That's Neil
struts.
Armstrong to the left of the screen. By that.
Doors are closed and locked.
Roger.
They closed the sequence.
Have you got us a good area picked out? Well, I think right out on that rise out there is probably as good as any. Right over here. But probably stay on the high ground there and watch at the edge of that crater. Yeah, that's real soft there, isn't it? A couple of close-ups on these quite rounded, large boulders.
Buzz Aldrin coming into view on the right, carrying the 2 experiments.
About 40 feet out. I'd say out to the end of that next... it's going to be a little difficult to find a good level spot here. Top of that next little ridge there, wouldn't that be a pretty good place? Okay, how about I put the LR cube right about here? All right. And, I'm going to have to get on the other side of this rock here. I would go right around that crater to the left there. Isn't that a level spot there? I think this right here is just as level. Okay.
And they will be out of the camera's field of view while setting up these experiments.
Even after Neil and Buzz are back in the Eagle, we'll still continue to see this TV picture until just scant moments before liftoff.
Look like basalt, and they have probably 2% white minerals in them, white crystals. And the thing that I reported as vesicular before, I don't believe I believe that anymore. I think it's small craters. They look like little impact craters where BB shot has hit the surface.
Getting back to that question of an early liftoff, Jules, I believe the doctors would probably want them to take all the rest they can get.
And as long as the LEM holds up as perfectly as it is, with every system working flawlessly, there's no reason they shouldn't get a good rest. They can always be awakened by alarm systems aboard from Houston Control if they have to get off in a hurry if something does go wrong. But I think the doctors would want them sharp and rested for the ascent and the rendezvous and docking tomorrow afternoon.
Houston, I have the seismic experiment tipped over now, and I'm aligning it with the sun. I'm having a little bit of difficulty getting the beef go in the center. Wants to move around and around on the outside. Doesn't find any spot, any home.
You're cutting out again, Buzz.
Armstrong's now been out on the moon surface.
I say I'm not having too much success in leveling the PSE experiment.
While Aldrin works to get that passive seismometer experiment leveled, Armstrong's now been out on the moon surface an hour and 50 odd minutes.
The original plan called for them to stay out about 2 hours and 20, right?
Right, 2 hours and, beg your pardon, 2 hours and 40 minutes all told.
2 hours for both of them? Or?
Well, 2 hours 40 for Armstrong, and Aldrin will be about 25 minutes less.
Yes.
The laser reflector is installed, and the bubbles level, and the alignment appears to be good.
Neil, this is Houston. Roger, out.
Hey, you want to take a look at this BB, see what you make out of it?
I found it pretty hard to get perfectly level, too.
That BB likes the outside. It won't go on the inside.
Little cup is convex now instead of concave.
I think you're right.
I believe it is.
Houston, I don't think there's any hope for using this leveling device to come up with an accurate level. It looks to me as though the cup here that the BB is in is now convex instead of concave, over.
Roger 11, press on. If you think it looks level by eyeball, go ahead.
Okay.
The bubble they're discussing is on a leveling device on the passive seismometer.
And the stretch of Lorraine, or lunar landscape, they're trying to set the seismometer down on, apparently it's just angled a little too sharply to make that bubble work properly.
One going, huh?
There you go.
Good work. Good show. Hey, whoa, stop. Back up.
Houston, as I was facing the PSC, the right-hand solar array deployed automatically. The left hand, I had to manually spinning bar at the far end. And all parts of the solar array are clear of the ground now.
Buzz, this is Houston. Understand you did successfully deploy both solar arrays, over.
Roger, that's affirmative. And there isn't any way of telling whether that's lined up, not getting in the way. Maybe I could get down here. Now that appears to be pointing.
Eagle has now been on the moon surface 8 hours and 22 minutes. And Neil Armstrong has been outside himself on the moon surface an hour and 43 and a half minutes. Buzz Aldrin about an hour and 28 minutes. Well into their...
Neil, this is Houston, over.
Neil, this is Houston, over.
Hey, go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we've been looking at your consumables, and you're in good shape. Subject to your concurrence, we'd like to extend the duration of the EVA 15 minutes from nominal. We will still give Buzz a hack at 10 minutes prior for heading in. Your current elapsed time is 2 plus 12, over.
Okay, that sounds fine.
Roger, out.
Stay out longer than planned.
And Armstrong sounds very chipper about it.
Sure.
Very rested and not worn out, bearing out his earlier conviction that moving about and working on the moon's surface in 1/6 gravity was going to be fairly easy.
212 is the time expended on the PLSS.
This is Houston. If you're still in the vicinity of the PSC, could you get a photograph of the ball level, over?
I'll do that, but...
Right, we'll get a photograph of that. Houston, what time would you estimate we could allow for the documented sample, over?
Oh, shoot. I believe the ball is right in the middle now.
Wonderful. Take a picture before it moves.
Ball in the leveling bubble.
Neil, this is Houston. We're estimating about 10 minutes for the documented sampling. Over.
And it looks like they're going to be able to complete every item on this lunar moonwalk flight plan. They're in the home stretch now. Into the documented sample collection and photography.
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, over. Go ahead, Houston, Columbia.
Roger, I'd like you to terminate charging battery Bravo at 111 plus 15, over.
Coming out right now.
Roger.
Reminded from time to time that Mike Collins is still up there, orbiting around, waiting to receive them tomorrow. It's too bad he doesn't have a television.
Buzz, this is Houston. You've got about 10 minutes left now prior to commencing your EVA termination activities, over.
Activities, over. Roger, I understand.
And of course, the LMP Buzz Aldrin gets in a little bit before Armstrong. About 25 minutes earlier than Armstrong.
And after they get on board, they've got plenty of work yet to do, haven't they?
Well, remember what Aldrin told us in Houston, Frank, that he thought the toughest part of the whole mission was working in the LEM cockpit.
Yes.
Getting the plisses on and off and stowing things in that cockpit. It's like, it's a great spacecraft, but the cockpit's kind of like an overstuffed closet.
Well, they have to stand there like a couple of streetcar conductors. They don't have much room. Especially with those big suits on.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. The passive seismic experience has been uncaged, and we're observing short period oscillations in it, over.
Seismometer is working. Already radioing back data. And of course, the longest part of this long night for them, Frank, will be after they get back in the LEM cockpit. Close the hatch, repressurize, then take off the backpacks and all the gear. Then they have to hook up to the LEM's ECS or environmental control system. Then they have to depressurize the cockpit again, open the hatch, and throw all that gear out.
Now about an hour.
And we saw how long it took to depressurize the LEM earlier. It's a lot of work and a lot of time. And the absence of conversation indicates Neil and Buzz are working very hard now to get these documented samples of rocks, soil, photograph them, unstowing the gnomon, as it's called, which is a little device they plant in the lunar soil like a stake that indicates what the local vertical is, and they film it. It's got color bars stamped on it, painted on it, we should say, so the true colors on the moon's surface can be told. And about 18 of the little items left on the flight plan, each of which takes a minute or two to do. Then they've got to close the sample return containers or rock boxes and transfer them back.
You see them pounding it down in.
In the foreground, Buzz Aldrin is collecting a core tube sample.
And Aldrin plunges a 1-inch wide steel
You're
tube.
watching how hard I have to hit this into the ground to the tune of about 5 inches, Houston.
Roger.
And he's really smashing away at it. That's a hard surface.
Yes.
The idea being to get a clean sample of lunar soil and rock uncontaminated by the descent propulsion engine.
Looks wet. Got it, sample. Wait a minute. Yeah, cut the cable again.
Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. We'd like you to...
You're right. Turn to your right. Not clear? Not quite.
Neil, this is Houston. We'd like you all to get 2 core tubes and the solar wind experiment. 2 core tubes and the solar wind, over.
Roger.
The core tubes provide material.
Getting the next one, maybe you can turn away the box a little bit. Yeah, I'll take care of it.
Well, they've already learned a great deal about the lunar surface from their own observations. Certainly the information that they bring back with them, not just the materials that come back with them, will be of inestimable value to scientists. And all the rest of us have learned a great deal about them and I guess about ourselves today.
Buzz, this is Houston. You have approximately 3 minutes until you must commence your EVA termination activities, over.
Roger, understand.
Buzz understands, but I have the feeling he's not too enthusiastic about terminating
Columbia, this is Houston. Approximately 1 minute to LOS, over.
1 minute. Columbia, roger.
And do you plan on commencing your sleep on the backside this pass? If so, we'll disable uplink to you while we're talking to the LEM, over.
Negative that. Houston, were you able to record in a documentary way where the 2 core tube samples were taken?
Negative.
Now, I didn't get a stereo pair of those two, but they're right in the vicinity of the solar wind.
Neil, this is Houston. After you've got the core tubes and the solar wind, anything else that you can throw into the box would be acceptable.
I do.
Cap was right. I got the cap. Got the cap? They both got caps on around. Okay. And you want to pick up some stuff and I'll
get these aseptic ones.
Throw the solar wind in.
You have to remember as you see them almost soaring about there.
Buzz Aldrin retrieving the solar wind experiment.
With all that equipment on, they would weigh 300 pounds on Earth. But only 50 pounds lunar gravity. They're so very businesslike and calm about it. And yet it's still incredible to sit down here and look up there at me.
Buzz, this is Houston. It's about time for you to start your EVA closeout activities.
Roger.
They've been on their life support system. On their life support systems, 2 hours and 25 minutes.
Aldrin will be getting ready to go back inside.
Neil appears to be picking up rocks to the right of the screen.
Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. I'd like to remind you of the close-up camera magazine before you start up the ladder, Buzz.
Okay. Got that over with you, Neil?
Now that close-up camera's underneath the mesa, I'll have to pick it up with the phone. I'm picking up several pieces of really vesicular rock out here now.
You didn't get anything in those environmental samples, did you?
Not yet.
I don't think we'll have time.
Roger, Neil and Buzz. Let's press on with getting the close-up camera magazine and closing out of the sample return container. You're running a little low on time.
Roger.
We want to keep a good margin in those portable life support systems.
It's the first time they've really been put to a test. No
Yes.
question about keeping that safety margin.
They've reminded them several times now in the last couple of minutes about the need to start terminating the
Right.
EVA.
The environmental sample, the only experiment lost so far, and no one's sure whether it will be a loss, by the way, is a little tube, kind of like a hypodermic syringe, to draw in a sample of the moon's atmosphere or gas, except no one seriously thinks the moon has any atmosphere, so maybe you can't
Okay,
find
can you
anything
quickly
to
pick
draw
this
in.
my pocket, Neil, and I'll head on up the ladder. I'll hold it. You open the pocket up.
They may have forgotten one or two small items aside from the environmental samples, but so far they've done a phenomenally faithful job as Buzz starts up the ladder.
Without really too much in the way of reminders from Houston, from the ground control. They knew what they had to do. What about doing it?
Okay, just hold it right there. Okay, let the pocket go.
That's Neil helping Buzz up the ladder.
Okay. Adios, amigos.
Hey.
Anything more before I head on up, Bruce?
Negative. Head on up the ladder, Buzz.
Yeah, head on up. Buzz.
Capcom Bruce McCandless in Houston. They've already gathered a remarkable treasure chest, a remarkable scientific treasure chest.
That white dot right above the horizon on the right is a phosphorus spot from the TV converter in the Park Station in Australia.
And Armstrong has now been out 2 hours and 1 minute on the moon surface. Eagle has been down at Tranquility Base 8 hours.
Okay.
Eagle's been down 8 hours and 40 minutes at Tranquility Base. About 40% into its scheduled stay times.
I didn't even notice that phosphorus spot until they called our attention to it.
For a second, I thought
Did
they
you
were...
get the solar wind roll there, Jim? Right, that's it right there. Okay.
And as soon as Buzz is safely collected back up in the LEM cockpit, Armstrong will pass up the SRCs, the sample return containers, or rock boxes to him to be stowed inside the LEM until they're transferred to the...
I think you can reach this hook that's hanging over here. You might entertain the idea of sending up the second one that way. Okay.
Apparently the first sample box is already up
Get the film off of that. Oh well. Put that up now. Okay, I'm heading on in. Okay. And I'll get the LEC all ready for the next rock box.
That was a film magazine they sent up. Aldrin's getting the lunar conveyor belt ready, the equipment conveyor, to take the rock boxes up with it. Each of those boxes now weighs about 50 pounds loaded with the samples in it. And they could theoretically just
Neil's been on the surface a few minutes longer than 2 hours. Buzz, approximately 20 minutes less than that.
Neil, this is Houston. Did the Hasselblad magazine go up on that sample return container also?
Sample return container also. I've got the Hasselblad magazine hooked to the SRC now, yeah.
Roger up.
You know, they're going to leave nearly $1 million worth of stuff, tools, equipment, and so forth here on the moon because there's no need to bring it back. I don't know whether it's really $1 million, but that's the figure I've got in front of me. Neil is alone on the moon.
I'm okay. Ready to send up the LEC? Yeah, just about. Okay.
Right, as those sample boxes go up that LEC or lunar equipment conveyor, it sort of begins the wind-up of the moonwalk per se.
But not the wind-up of the moon stay.
Right, they've still got about 13 hours more if they stick to the original flight plan, a little less than 13 hours more, including a much-needed 8-hour rest period, and a meal before that rest period, and another meal after it. So when they get back in the LEM and close the hatch, they've got about 2 or 3 hours of cleanup work to do, including after they're rehooked up to the LEM's environmental control system.
Okay, that's got it clear.
Throwing out the flisses and other things from the LEM's cabin they no longer need and don't have the room to take back with them in the command module.
Well, it's important, of course, to lighten the thing, too.
Right,
and carrying any extra weight back.
Transferring the sample containers into the LEM cabin now.
Uh-oh. Camera came off. I mean, the film pack came off.
Can't quite see it in our picture, but one of the film bags, Armstrong should be saying, came off the sample return container box he was sending it up the conveyor belt with.
Okay, just ease it down now. Don't pull so hard on it. All right, let it go.
And that conveyor belt works rather like a plain ordinary clothesline with a pulley. Hand over hand, notching it up.
Oh, you're getting that. I've got to get this camera.
Okay, this one's in, no problem.
Okay, stand by a second.
Neil, this is Houston. Request an EMU check, over.
Houston, EMU check, over.
Roger, got 3.8. And I got 54 on the O2 and no flags. And my flow is in.
And Armstrong's entire extravehicular mobility unit, the EMU, seems to be working fine. Well ahead on his reserves of oxygen. But Apollo Control, taking no chances, wants them to wind up the moonwalk as close to schedule as possible. And they are running about 20 minutes behind schedule. 111 hours, 32 minutes, 33 minutes into the mission. And Armstrong has now been out on the moon surface 2 hours and 9 minutes. Aldrin was out for about an hour and 40 minutes before getting back in a few minutes ago. And Eagle has been down at Tranquility Base since it landed there 8 hours and 47 minutes ago.
The Lick Observatory in California reports a return on the laser.
Doing such splendid yeoman duty, you might say, situated there, giving us this fantastic view of not only of Eagle, but more importantly, of the activities of the men who were on the moon. Neil Armstrong and until just a moment ago, Buzz Aldrin, will not permit us to show the actual liftoff from the moon tomorrow. That may come on future moon missions. It may be possible for that to happen, but not on this one.
The camera will go on playing through the night, even as they sleep. But its electronic connections are severed before liftoff, and there's word now that laser experiment, the LR Cube, the laser ranging retroreflector, is already working. Lick Observatory in San Jose, California, has just sent word that its laser beam sent up to the LR Cube has been reflected back to Earth.
Now we can find out for sure how far away it is.
That's pretty fast work.
It looks like down here.
And to return to the subject of the TV camera.
I think my watch stopped now.
The first thought the flight planners had was they'd let the camera play on, let it stay on until liftoff, when it would stop playing because the electrical connections to the LEM antenna would be severed. There's some thought now that they may have to cut it off, switch it off about an hour after they ingress or end the moonwalk and get back in because of the drain on the descent stage batteries, which they're still using. And I don't think the decision...
Okay, you can just kind of hold it, but I think I can do the pulling.
Okay.
And that's Aldrin pulling up the sample return container, the last
Stand by a
one.
minute, let me move back.
It's not as easy as it seemed in the beginning. And also, they've had a very long day. They've been up for 18 hours and 10 minutes now with no rest break in between since 7 a.m.
Had only about 5 or 6 hours sleep last night. I still think they were wise to start
I'll get it the rest of the way.
moonwalk earlier than planned.
And I'll give it to you to go away in just a second. Have a little more.
Two hours, 40 minutes on the PLSSs.
Which had been the optimum time, of course, the planned time for ending the moonwalk. But the workload has seemed somewhat less than originally thought, and their supply of consumables, both coolant and oxygen, going into it.
How about that package out of your sleeve? Get that? No. Okay, I'll get it. I get up there.
There's Neil. Don't know quite what you'd call that step.
That's all.
You mean the one at the bottom?
The motion of the step is, well, it's quite unlike any other thing there is.
Call it the moon hop?
The moon hop. Good term. There he is moving up by the...
Or call it the MH.
MH.
Yeah.
Neil, this is Houston. Did you get the Hasselblad magazine?
How about an NAMH?
Yes, I did. And we got about, I'd say 20 pounds of carefully selected, if not documented, samples.
Houston, Roger. Well done. Out.
The second box.
Neil was relaying word he didn't have time to really document the samples, but got 20 pounds of materials into the boxes for them.
Carefully selected, too. Yes.
Unofficial time off the surface at 1:11:37:32.
Now start arching your back. That's good. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. All right, arch your back a little, your head's up against.
Neil heading back in now.
Roll right just a little bit. Okay, down. And in good shape.
Thank you. I'm up and now.
Now you're clear. You're rubbing up against me a little bit.
Okay.
Turn right. That's right. Turn to the left.
Armstrong was out on the surface 2 hours and 8 minutes by our calculation.
Now move your foot and I'll get the hatch.
Okay.
Okay, indeed.
The first two-thirds, the first and perhaps most difficult two-thirds.
Okay, the hatch is closed and latched.
Hatch closed. Now they've got to repressurize the line interior.
Okay.
Once it's repressurized, disconnect from the...
Now we close the feed water valve. Close. And I got your plinth antenna stowed. Fine.
Okay, feed water valves closed. And your antenna stowed. Okay.
What am I bumping into? Okay. That's out.
And you're hearing the cutting in, cutting out signal as they're...
After getting my pocket.
The Bliss antennas hit the roof of the cabin. The antennas look like steel tape measures.
This is Houston, go ahead. You're cutting out, Neil. You're not readable. I understand you said something about contingency sample container on the ascent engine. We're not reading you, Neil. Buzz, buzz. This is Houston. Do you read over? Tranquility Base, this is Houston. We're reading neither one of you, but standing by.
Still scratchy and inaudible radio signals. They should not yet have switched over from the Bliss to the LEM's own radio communication systems, which is what's disturbing Capcom Bruce McCandless there.
Cabin pressure coming up about 2.789 pounds. Up to 3 now.
And of course, after they get the cabin repressurized, then they can disconnect from the Bliss
4 PSI
life support systems, take the Bliss off, discard it, rehook up to the LEM's, rehook their spacesuit connections up to the LEM environmental system. Then they've got to depressurize, reopen the hatch, and toss the Blisses and some of the support gear out on the moon's surface to get the load out of it.
4.8 now.
All of which is likely to take them the next hour.
We haven't had any good communication since they went back inside.
In fact, judging by our checklist here, there the scratchy signals coming through. You can barely make out Armstrong's voice from moment to moment. Takes them about an hour and 20 minutes, according to our checklist, to reconfigure the cabin and get all set before they can eat and rest. And they will then turn the television camera off to conserve battery power. Still no good radio signal from inside the cabin. We think they may have disconnected their Bliss communications gear somewhat sooner than planned. And Armstrong's voice occasionally breaks through the background.
Just barely, yes.
No reason for any concern, though. The same problem they were having when they were trying to get set up with the Bliss before the moonwalk about 3 hours ago.
Well, this is something they can find out about now, too, and maybe correct for future flights.
Well, you know,
LEM's systems look good. Crewmen should now be transferring back to Tranquility Base's environmental control system, and later we'll switch to the vehicle's communication system. We estimate it'll be another 10 to 15 minutes before they're on the LEM communication system.
There's Armstrong's voice again. Still not quite breaking through the static background. By our calculation, Armstrong was out on the moon surface for his moonwalk for a total of 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 12 seconds. And Aldrin was out on the moon surface for about 1 hour and 48 minutes. Still no good radio signal from Armstrong and Aldrin, now back in Eagle's cockpit on Tranquility Base as they switch over their environmental control systems and their communications from the Bliss, the Portable Life Support System backpack, to the LEM's own systems. But that's to be expected. No reason for concern. The LEM is in good condition, and they are also in good condition from every sign.
Well, well, well. A lot of things have happened since we last looked at one another here. Hello, Jules.
Back on Mars, Frank.
Let's go to Houston now, and Jim Kincaid, who has Bill Anders of Apollo 8. Hello, Jim.
Frank, Bill Anders just came from Jan Armstrong's house. He was there when the lunar module actually touched down on the lunar surface, and I think probably it would be most appropriate first to get his impressions of the Armstrong's impressions.
Well, Jan was very happy and thrilled with the success of the landing. Very proud of the job that Neil did and that the crew did, the whole manned spaceflight team did.
Do you recall what her first comment was?
No, I don't. I was too excited myself to remember.
Bill,
Do you remember?
Bill
I
Anders?
think Frank wants
Yes.
to ask you a question.
Bill, can you read me?
Yes, I can read you, Jules.
How do you, you were in mission control earlier, how do you evaluate the mission?
I think it's fantastic. I can hardly believe it's happened now that it's over with.
Did you believe it was going to go this well, this easily, this soon?
I guess I didn't really believe it, but I'm certainly pleased that it has. Of course, we've got some more ahead of us, but things are certainly running smoothly, and I'd certainly expect them to run that way for the rest of the mission.
Bill, working and moving on the moon seemed much easier than most of us imagined it would be for both Neil and Buzz. Did this surprise you?
No, frankly, it didn't. I thought the combination of 1.6G plus the added weight of the equipment they had on board would come up with a reasonably nice combination for mobility on the lunar surface.
Bill, was there anything at all that happened up there tonight that surprised you?
I guess that it went so smoothly is the main thing that surprised me.
All right, Bill, now tell me the truth, the absolute truth. Were you surprised when Armstrong asked to do the EVA earlier than planned?
Not a bit. I sort of felt they'd want to get out of that limb and start fingering that soil out there.
How do you feel now? Are you sorry you gave up being an active astronaut? You were backup command module pilot for Neil and Buzz on this flight? For Mike Collins, we should say. Are you sorry you gave it up?
Well, I'll have to admit that seeing them out there bounding around the lunar surface, studying the surrounding area around the limb, making a landing certainly looked like a very interesting thing to do. But I still think there's a job to be done in Washington. Possibly if get that taken care of, or if it can't be taken care of, I'll come back and give it a try myself.
85,000 feet, where they are, where they reach a new orbit, an orbit.
There's
Aldrin.
Guidance reports both navigation systems on Eagle are looking good.
50 blanks. Got that acid code? Yep. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Wait stage, engine arm ascent, proceed. Shadow, beautiful. 26, 36 feet per second up. 5, little pitch over. Very smooth. Balance couple off. Very quiet ride. There's that one crater on there.
Lifting off
1,000
beautifully.
feet high, 80 feet per second vertical rise. Eagle Houston, request manual start override.
Roger.
2,600 feet altitude.
Yes. No.
Eagle Houston, 1 minute, you're looking good.
Roger.
Neil. Buzz Aldrin again, Armstrong doing the flying, a beautiful liftoff. Scratchy communications, Eagle taking off just the way it's supposed to.
Vertical rise rate.
A little bit of slow wallowing back and forth. Not very much thruster activity.
Roger, mighty fine.
$700, 150 up, beautiful. 9,000. AG degrees within a foot per second.
Eagle Houston, you're looking good at 2. Ping, zags, and missed in, all agree.
That's 1,000. I'm 70 up, beautiful, 14,000.
Right on the money, exactly where they're supposed to be. The engine burning perfectly.
And a foot per second again, ags to ping.
That stand looks like it's holding good, Houston. Roger, we concur. It's great.
1,500, 185.
Eagle's already 160 miles away from its landing site.
Aldrin is reading the horizontal velocity first and then the vertical velocity. It's now 1,424 feet per second vertical velocity, 187 vertical velocity.
Eagle Houston, your go at 3 minutes. Everything's looking good.
Andrew?
Nearly 200 miles downrange from Tranquility Base.
Straight on H-Dot. Coming up to, this is H-Dot max now. And then right down US-1.
Roger.
Armstrong there for the first time.
Height's now approaching 32,000 feet.
And Eagle's up to about 1,700 miles an hour, really streaking along.
Eagle Houston, 4 minutes. You're going right down the track. Everything's great.
Horizontal velocity approaching 2,500 feet per second.
That's the beam off to our right now.
Roger.
That's the crater Sabine, exactly where it's
Some 120 miles to go until insertion.
And then around 220 miles downrange from Tranquility Base.
240 to go.
2.5 minutes more of engine burn needed, called for, before they insert. 260 miles downrange.
There's Ritter off there. And there it is, right there. Where there's Schmidt. And that's impressive looking, isn't it?
Crater Schmidt is soaring by
Eagle
it.
Houston, you're great.
3,
Looking good.
155.
All 3 data sources are agreeing quite closely here. The 3-color plot board on the front of mission control here is almost superimposed as each of the 3 colors are scribed on the scribing plotter.
Eagle now approaching 48,000 feet altitude.
Iron off the center, get it up to the right.
And high overhead, Columbia, the command module, with Mike Collins orbiting at 69 miles, leading them by about 3 miles.
Eagle Houston, you're still looking mighty fine.
Patrick, good agreement in Delta V to go and both Ag and Ping.
Roger.
6 minutes into the engine burn, Eagle doing 3,300 miles an hour through 55,000 feet altitude. An orbit now virtually a certainty.
1 minute to go in the burn. 4,482 feet per second, horizontal velocity.
Command module.
To go.
Command module pilot Collins pointed down.
100 to go. Dang it, open up the main shutoff. FN goes, pressure's holding good, cross speed off. 350 to go.
almost as fast as they need to. Very close.
Stand by on the engine arm. 90. Okay. Off. 50. Step down.
Right on schedule. They've got it made. We're in orbit.
We got 53373, 32.8 feet per second, 60,666. Eagle, roger, we copy. It's great. Go. And we got our residuals. Yeah, take. Eagle Houston, trim residuals.
Showing a paraloon of 9.1 nautical miles, apaloon 47.2 nautical miles on the pings. All three systems are go.
A little bit
Cutoff velocity showing about 55-37 feet per second, plus or minus a foot or so on each of the three systems.
A little bit low on the paraloon, but easily taking them into orbit. No problem.
Eagle Houston, trim looks good. That's good. Okay, that sounds a little on the high side. Okay. Okay, Houston, we show 47.3 by 9.5. Roger, 47.2 by 9.5. Tag says 9.5. 46.6. Eagle Houston, copy. Eagle Houston, request the port stage reset, engine stops reset, load control at hold and get a chance to. Roger.
Mike Collins overhead on the Columbia command module, straining downward for a look at Eagle, which is now 59 miles below him, beginning to rise up toward the rendezvous and docking that'll take place 3.5 hours from now.
Docking should take place about 10 minutes from now, according to the flight plan. However, this is a crew option matter. We're standing by for word that data is coming in from the two spacecraft. This is Lunar Revolution number 27 for Columbia.
Terry White in Mission Control there, still waiting for confirmation of acquisition of radio signal as the clock ticks down to the docking.
MAOS.
There's the signal. LEM has been acquired. Eagle. And we should have Columbia acquired shortly.
Roger.
Capcom standing by for communication from Eagle and Columbia. They should be only a few feet away from each other, as in our simulation here. Still waiting for that radio signal to come in. Apparently we have a few moments before it does.
Yes. Yes, and as Mission Control has said, this is a crew option maneuver. They do it when they feel they are ready, and while the clock is ticking away, they are not committed to actually carry out this maneuver at the precise moment in the pre-planned flight schedule. We'll have more on the flight of Apollo 11 after this 1-minute pause.
Hold it, Colonel! There's something moving out there!
Welcome to the moon, senor.
Frito Bandito! What are you doing here?
Oh, I am the moon parking lot attendant. Now, if you will kindly deposit 1 bag of crunchy Fritos corn chips for the first hour...
Always buy 2 and hide 1 bag for you. Remember, anyone can be a Frito Bandito. Anyone.
Other chips get with it like Doritos. Doritos tortilla chips, toasted corn taste, and now spicy new taco flavor.
All right, they're talking to one another now up there, so let's go to Mission Control and pick up this air-to-ground, or this conversation between the two spacecraft.
And they're very close, Frank. Armstrong has just told Collins he's about to turn it over to us for the docking.
Matter of fact, I could stop right here if you like that.
That's Armstrong. And Armstrong doesn't waste words, but we should hear shortly that they are docked.
And the key man in this maneuver now is really Mike Collins, isn't it?
Right, because as we saw in our simulation, Frank, after the Eagle, the lunar module gets within a few feet, it's impossible, as Jim McDivitt explained to us earlier, to clearly see the docking target on the command module.
Eagle, Houston, middle gimbal, and you might pass to Columbia. We don't have him yet.
That's right.
Two minutes and 35 seconds away from the scheduled docking time.
I'm not going to do a big mic. I'm just letting her hold an attitude hold.
Okay.
Circuit getting very noisy now. Perhaps a sign of docking itself.
You agree? Okay.
Should have docked nearly 2 minutes ago now. Armstrong talking in the background, but the signal's so broken up it's impossible to say what he's saying, Frank. One or both of their antennas are out of position, and Houston apparently doesn't want to bother them with it while they're in this critical docking phase.
Okay, we're all yours.
Okay.
That's it. Armstrong giving Collins a signal to move in for the docking.
Okay, I have thrusters B3 and C4 safety.
Okay.
I'm pumping up cabin pressure.
And from every sign, they are already docked. Collins, from the brief exchange we heard, is going through his post-docking checklist, pressurizing the command module's cabin up to 5.5 psi, disabling the two thruster jets you heard him mention, B3 and B4, in preparation for the...
That was a funny one, you know. I didn't feel it touch, and I thought things were pretty steady. I went to retract there, and then that's when all hell broke loose. Were you guys, did it appear to you to be that you were jerking around quite a bit during the retract cycle?
It seemed to happen at the time I put the Vortex thrust to it. And apparently it wasn't finished because somehow or other that's when we got off in attitude, and then the attitude hold system started firing.
Yeah, that was sure busy there for a couple seconds.
And they are docked. Some small problems in attitude control being discussed by Mike Collins and Spacecraft Commander Armstrong.
I got a horrible squeal.
Yeah, I agree with that, but we hear you okay.
Houston, Apollo 11, over.
Apollo 11, Houston, go.
Roger, I'm supposed to adjust the oxygen flow in this thing to 0.6 pounds per hour, but being as how this transducer is not working right, could you give me an updated number?
Affirmative. You want to go ahead and adjust your O2 flow until it just goes off the peg. And then crank the direct O2 valve back down about 5 degrees. Over.
Well, you're really waiting for that one, weren't you? Okay, Ron, thank you.
Mike Collins talking to Houston Control, bringing up his oxygen flow to pressurize the CSM to the point where the tunnel joining the two vehicles can be pressurized in preparation for removal of the hatch and stowage of the hatch and then the transfer. In about an hour and 15 minutes, the Spacecraft Commander Armstrong and Lunar Module Pilot Aldrin back to the Columbia. The Eagle is back, and Eagle is docked with the command module, with Columbia, the mothership.
Houston, I did that, and I believe we are flowing oxygen, but the gauge is just pegged full-scale low.
Roger, that's fine. That's what we expect.
Or from low altitude, we should say, but one of the tracker planes.
Apollo 11, Houston to Orion, standing by. Over.
Jules, that Neil Armstrong does like to fly. We have a report from Mission Control that he took over from the automatic guidance system during the blackout period, and he increased the glide.
Let's go to Keith McLean, the carrier.
Apollo 11, men who walked on the moon. Just for an instant, just for a brief instant. Then it went behind the cloud cover. No, you can still see it. You can see the red ball. That's the command module. It's awfully tough because it's awfully cloudy. Follow.
Just behind the clouds.
Behind the clouds.
John, pull this over more. More into here. Good.
Well, it wasn't as spectacular as Apollo 10, but it's still clearly visible, even with cloud conditions being what they are. 50 miles from the original splash site.
They just had to go a little further to come down on us. That re-entry was at
About 400,000 feet.
now they be going into the blackout period. And at 5 minutes after entry, they should be popping their drogue chutes, followed by the mains. At that point, we hope for audio. Hope we can pick up, sound-wise, the double sonic boom. The second one being an echo on the water. Ron Nesson, we think, has a better sighting from his position up near the bridge. Ron?
That fireball was the spacecraft, of course, coming back into the atmosphere at speed which caused the spacecraft to heat up to about 7,000 degrees. And it caused the spacecraft to glow, as you saw, like a meteor, but actually air conditioning inside the spacecraft kept the astronauts at a comfortable 75 degrees. We should be hearing the double sonic boom as the spacecraft comes down. The astronauts at this point are dressed in their two-piece white flight coveralls. Here's a late report saying that the Hornet's radar room has gotten a contact on the spacecraft as it comes down. Dallas? The radar says that the spacecraft is 65 miles now. That doesn't mean that it's going to come down 65 miles from the ship. Actually, it's still quite high in the air at this point. They're dumping out what's left of the fuel in their thruster tanks and making the other final preparations for the landing. If they come down by computer, which they apparently have, they should land in a very accurate area, some 6 miles by 10 miles here in the Pacific. There's the double sonic boom. It's really the sonic boom and then the echo of the boom off the water. That means that the drogue chutes have opened because, according to the timetable put out by the Space Agency, the boom should be heard at about the same time the first drogue parachutes pop out, which is 23,500 feet up. And the drogue parachutes slow it down. Stop it from tumbling, if that is. Drogue chutes come out when the spacecraft is traveling at about 306 miles an hour. These little 13-foot parachutes which pop out.
Ron, we understand Houston reports radio contact with the command module.
Well, it's down below 23,000 feet now, so we should be seeing it fairly soon. The Hornet's recovery fleet consists of a radio relay plane, a radar plane, recovery helicopter, 2 helicopters full of frogmen, and a photo helicopter. And the ship is looking for it with its radar. There was some little difficulty during rehearsals with the ship's radar because the fire control radar is normally used to track airplanes in the air and not a small object like a spacecraft bobbing in the sea. And the surface radar really can't see more than 2,300 yards, which is less than a mile and a half. We're about 3 or 4 minutes away from the predicted time for the spacecraft to drop into the sea. Should be getting a confirmation soon that the drogue parachutes are open and main parachutes are open. President Nixon is watching all this from a cabin called Flag Plot, which is used by admirals when they're on board. There are 2 admirals on board. The relay airplane has a spacecraft in sight. We haven't seen it yet. On your picture, you can see some of the hundreds of sailors who are on the flight deck looking up, and to the left and behind the carrier seems to be where people think it's going to come down. I don't know exactly why. That's where the fireball was seen. President Nixon's cabin for this is nothing. Somebody yells. Well, not seen yet. President Nixon's cabin is not fancy. It's a regular cabin from which the ship is directed, and reports are sent in. When the admiral occupies it, it's navy gray with lots of pipes and wires running through it. They fixed it.
Our space down here, our latitude, longitude, 1330, 169, 15. That's, Hornet, right out.
This is Neil Armstrong talking directly to the Hornet's flag plot room, telling exactly where he's going to land, a most unusual event. And they are very close to being on the money. We're trying to plot the coordinates Neil was reading off his computer on one of our charts here. But it looks quite close to the nominal landing area.
Hornet reports spacecraft right on target point.
Okay, Hornet, follow in, they're out. Roger, 500, don't shoot.
Now about 58 seconds away from landing.
X-Club 1 has clear contact bearing 150 holding. 14220 holding.
Apollo 11 descending through about...
190 holding.
Descending through clouds at about 2,000 feet.
Roger up.
Apollo 11 at 1,500 feet.
Hornet, Roger, copy out.
That's Neil Armstrong giving the position reports.
I have a visual, dead ahead, about a mile and a half.
Hornet, Roger. First sight to the spacecraft.
Roger, this is swim 1, Apollo 11.
800 feet.
Roger. Got it around.
Hornet, copy.
Hornet, page, understood. The command module is stable 2, over. Hornet, Roger.
Okay, Hornet, this is Air Boss. I'm presently orbiting the scene at 1,000 feet. I am commander.
Roger.
Stable 2 is upside down. The flotation bags will right the spacecraft.
The module is a swimmer, is in stable 2. The dive marker is deployed as functioning. The Qs appear to be detached and are downwind from the command module.
Hornet, Roger.
And stable 2 was to be expected, of course, and those high winds out there, or semi-high winds of 18 to 25 miles an hour, and a rolling sea, which would have tilted the spacecraft over.
1 to 3, 235, make 13.
But the stable 2 condition is not dangerous. It may just be nauseating for the astronauts until the flotation collar uprights the spacecraft.
They moved this recovery area about 250 miles from the original planned site because of slightly turbulent weather. It delayed the splashdown by about 40 seconds.
The command module is still at stable 2. The time marker is beginning to trail now. It's drifting slightly with the wind. The main chutes are detached and streaming downwind. Morning, copy.
And Swim 1 was relaying that the spacecraft is still upside down in stable 2. One of the rescue helicopters relaying that word. The die marker is out. The main parachutes have been jettisoned. But the flotation collar should be working shortly.
It takes 8 to 10 minutes for the flotation bags to right the spacecraft. Swim 1 is getting ready to deploy swimmers.
Here is the president, of course, watching from his vantage point some 5 decks up on the carrier, standing there with the various VIPs. The men on the Hornet, some 2,200 of them. The crew, they were up as early as 2 o'clock this morning, getting everything ship-shape, final preparations for the president, Secretary of State Rogers, Admiral McCain, commander of all the U.S. forces in the Pacific, all here to observe this historic moment.
And it's just coming up on 6 a.m. out there in the Pacific, Tom. Let's go to the correspondence on the carrier.
Was set up. The table has a checkerboard inlaid on the top, probably brought up from one of the wardrooms.
Same helicopter and the same crew that have picked up astronauts on 3 other Apollo flights.
There's 66 coming in. Land by elevator 2 for its descent. No baseball caps this time and no handshakes. These astronauts headed for weeks of isolation. Fantastic. A man from Pasadena, Ohio, a man from Montclair, New Jersey, walk on another planet, and their partner. This incredible adventure. Recovery complete. Shut down.
Having reached the goal of putting a man on the moon in this decade.
8 years and 2 months, Tom, after we started. President Nixon watching as helicopter 66, the rotors stop, and the helicopter will shortly be lowered directly to the hangar deck with the astronauts still aboard.
Right. We'll only have a very brief view of them as they dart from the helicopter straight into the isolation van. Jules, after the men go into the mobile quarantine facility, their isolation van, they will disappear for about 30 minutes. But at the end of that 30-minute period, they will reappear, at least so that the president can see them through the window there, and he will have a statement to them, and we will remain on the air for that.
He'll talk to them via a special phone plugged into the side of the mobile quarantine trailer. And, of course, we'll hear and see that as it happens.
Well, you can't say the Navy isn't ecumenical. Playing the Air Force off. Of cource, Commander Neil Armstrong is a civilian, but he once was a Navy man. However, you do have the other 2 members of the crew, Air Force men, Buzz Aldrin, full colonel, Mike Collins, lieutenant colonel, both graduates not of the Air Force Academy, but the United States Military Academy at West Point.
Keith, I don't know if you noticed, but almost as soon as the helicopter landed, the chief ran out and stuck a third symbol of a spacecraft on the nose.
Oh, we got 3 decals now, yeah.
And also they radioed from the helicopter to the bridge. Now it's Hornet +3. That's the motto of this trip, and you see buttons all over the ship. In other words, all the men who went out with the Hornet are coming back +3 more, the 3 astronauts.
Old number 66 has got Lala.
Dr. Carpentier slides it open, and here they come. Here they come, the 3 astronauts, Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, waving to the crowd of cheering sailors, moving swiftly into the mobile quarantine facility. Dr. Carpentier following and closing the door. And the door closes. The astronauts are on board. They're in the mobile quarantine facility. The curtains have been drawn. All of them in fine shape, good condition, waving and smiling. You can see them smiling through their masks. Obviously overjoyed, jubilant to be back on board at the end of their historic mission, which saw Armstrong and Aldrin become the first men in history to set foot on the moon. The tunnel.
There's the wild scene of exultation and joy and mission control as they saw, even as you did, astronauts Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins emerge in good shape from helicopter 66 to enter the mobile quarantine facility. The pent-up emotions of 8 years of work to achieve this moment overflowing.
They bounded out of there, Jules, like they were going to a track meet. Just seemed to be in excellent shape. Quick step, good spirits.
Tom, I'll bet they're in better condition than many people in mission control or many people who've been covering this flight for a long time.
President Nixon waving to the astronauts. The curtains have been drawn. And there they are in the rear window. President signaling for applause from the crowd. Astronauts gather in the window.
Neil, Buzz, and Mike, I want you to know that I think I'm the luckiest man in the world. And I say this not only because I have the honor to be President of the United States, but particularly because I have the privilege of speaking for so many and welcoming you back to Earth. I can tell you about all the messages we've received in Washington. Over 100 foreign governments, emperors and presidents and prime ministers and kings have sent the most warm messages that we've ever received. They represent over 2 billion people on this earth, all of them who have had the opportunity through television to see what you have done. And then I also bring you messages from members of the cabinet and members of the Senate and members of the House and the Space Agency, from the streets of San Francisco, where people stopped me a few days ago, and you all love that city, I know, as I do. But most important, I had a telephone call yesterday. The toll wasn't, incidentally, as great as the one I made to you fellows on the moon. I made that collect, incidentally, in case you didn't know. But I called in my view, 3 of the greatest ladies and most courageous ladies in the whole world today, your wives. And from Jan and Joan and Pat, I bring their love and their congratulations. We think it's just wonderful that they could have participated, at least through television, in this return. We're only sorry they couldn't be here. And also, I've got to let you in a little secret. I made a date with them. I invited them to dinner on the 13th of August, right after you come out of quarantine. It will be a state dinner held in Los Angeles. The governors of all the 50 states will be there, the ambassadors, others from around the world and in America. And they told me that you would come too. And all I want to know, will you come? We want to honor you then.
I'll do anything you say, Mr. President. Anytime.
One question I think that all of us would like to ask, as we saw you bouncing around in that boat out there, I wonder if that wasn't the hardest part of the journey. Was that the only, did any of you get seasick?
No, we didn't, and it was one of the harder parts, but it was one of the most pleasant, we can assure you.
Yeah. Well, I just know that you can sense what we all sense when you get back now. Incidentally, have you been able to follow some of the things that happened when you've gone? Did you know about the All-Star game?
Yes, sir. The capsule communicators have been giving us daily news reports.
Yeah. Were you American League or National League?
I'm a National League man.
National
I'm nonpartisan, sir.
Yeah, that's right. There's the politician in the group, right.
We're sorry you missed that game.
Yes. Well, oh, you knew that too? You really?
Yeah, we heard that.
Yeah, the rain.
The rain.
Right.
Well, we haven't learned to control the weather yet, but that's something we can look forward to as tomorrow's challenge.
Right. Well, I can only summarize it because I don't want to hold you now. You have so much more to do. And gee, you look great. You feel as good as you look. Feel great.
Feel just perfect, Mr. President.
Yeah. Are you? I understand Frank Borman says you're a little younger by reason of having going into space. Is that right? Do you feel that way? A little younger?
We're a lot younger than Frank Borman.
There he is over there. Come on over, Frank, so they can see you. And you going to take that lying down?
It looks like he has aged in the last couple of weeks.
Come on, Frank.
Mr. President, the one thing I wanted, we have a poet in Mike Collins, and he really gave me a hard time for describing your words of fantastic and beautiful. And I counted them. In 3 minutes up there, you used 4 fantastics and 2 beautifuls.
Well, just let me close off with this one thing. I was thinking as you know, as you came down, and we knew it was a success, and it had only been 8 days, just a week, a long week, that this is the greatest week in the history of the world since the creation. Because as a result of what happened in this week, the world is bigger infinitely. And also, as I'm going to find on this trip around the world, and as Secretary Rogers will find as he covers the other countries in Asia, as a result of what you've done, the world's never been closer together before. And we just thank you for that. And I only hope that all of us in government, all of us in America, that as a result of what you've done, we can do our job a little better. We can reach for the stars just as you have reached so far from the stars. We don't want to hold you any longer. Anybody have a last word? How about promotions? Do you think we could arrange something?
Oh, we're just pleased to be back and very honored that you were so kind as to come out here and welcome us back. And we look forward to getting out of this quarantine and talking without having glass between us.
And incidentally, the speeches that you have to make at this dinner can be very short. And if you want to say fantastic or beautiful, that's all right with us. Don't try to think of any new adjectives. They've all been said. And now I think, incidentally, that all of us the millions that are seeing us on television now, seeing you, would feel as I do that, in a sense, our prayers have been answered. And I think it would be very appropriate if Chaplain Pirto, the chaplain of this ship, were to offer a prayer of thanksgiving. And if he would step up now, Chaplain, thank you.
Let us pray. Lord God, our Heavenly Father, our minds are staggered and our spirits exultant with the magnitude and precision of this entire Apollo 11 mission. We have spent the past week in communal anxiety and hope as our astronauts sped through the glories and dangers of the heavens. As we try to understand and analyze the scope of this achievement for human life, our reason is overwhelmed with abounding gratitude and joy, even as we realize the increasing challenges of the future. This magnificent event illustrates anew what man can accomplish when purpose is firm and intent corporate. A man on the moon was promised in this decade, and though some were unconvinced, the reality is with us this morning in the persons of astronauts Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins. We applaud their splendid exploits, and we pour out our thanksgiving for their safe return to us, to their families, to all mankind. From our inmost beings, we sing humble yet exuberant praise. May the great effort and commitment seen in this Project Apollo inspire our lives to move similarly in other areas of need. May we, the people, by our enthusiasm and devotion and insight, move to new landings in brotherhood, human concern, and mutual respect. May our country, afire with inventive leadership and backed by a committed followership, blaze new trails into all areas of human cares. See our enthusiasm and bless our joy with dedicated purpose toward the many needs at hand. Link us in friendship with peoples throughout the world as we strive together to better the human condition. Grant us peace, beginning in our own hearts, and a mind attuned with goodwill towards our neighbor. All this we pray as our thanksgiving rings out to Thee, in the name of our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
The astronauts have stood to attention. The banner. Now ruffles and flourishes, and again, hail to the chief. President Nixon leaving the hangar deck. The Navy band has honored him with the traditional ruffles and flourishes. Hail to the chief. The president now going up the escalator to the flight deck, where we find Keith McBee.
Well, Dallas, I don't think we've seen the president look like that since his own inauguration. In fact, I think he was even more enthusiastic when he was talking to the astronauts in their sealed chamber. He looked like he was about to hug himself. He was so thrilled. And he's appeared that way all day on the flight bridge when he was watching the splashdown, but more especially when he confronted them through that little glass door. I thought he would take a little leap or something. Here he is, marching on the flight deck. He's bidding farewell to Captain Cyberlick, who in the past 2 weeks has been one of the most overworked men we've ever seen. The captain, I think, is taking him over to meet, yes, he is, some sailors from the flight deck crew. They're very courageous young men, these sailors. Their world and their being is in a loaded flat top, loaded with high-tension wires, and catapults, and razor-sharp whirring propeller blades, helicopter rotor blades, and high-powered aviation fuel. We've had tragedies in the Navy, and these young men lead very dangerous lives. At the same time, the ship's confidence usually makes sure they'll get through. Now, the president is going down the line shaking hands with those flight deck crewmen.
United States, departing.
A little grimy and a little dirty, but no one deserves the presidential handshake more. These young fellows who keep the planes flying on and off.
All those different colors of their jerseys represent the different chores they have on the flight deck, dealing with ordnance or fuel or safety, moving helicopters.
It's getting near the rainbow side boys who have those different flight colors on. There you'll go, we assume, right up the steps and into Marine One.
Somebody asked Captain Cyberlick the other day whether this wasn't a great inconvenience having the president and all his party on board when he was trying to recover astronauts in a spacecraft. And he said, no, he thought it was an inconvenience for the president to have to get up before 5 o'clock in the morning.
Well, we asked him many times whether this hinged upon his duties of getting the astronauts back. He said no. It said that the presence of the president really pointed up the importance